Yo, dude, you okay? You better throw up. Oh my god, you see, oh, dude, don't. No, not on the carpet. What are you? No.
Position. I want to be a famous streamer. All right. I have my soul. I have my left nut, and I have a pack of gum.
Okay. How old are you?
26.
26. Okay. Listen. 26. You're pretty beat down by now, right?
Okay, yeah.
When I get into deals with people, like Jared Leto, he's a great example of someone who sold his soul, right? He's beautiful. He's like 50 years old. He still looks like he's 20. He's a rock star. He's a movie star. He has a cult on an island. I got his soul when he was 13. It was pristine. For you, I'm looking at like $200 for your soul, my guy. It's a little late.
What if I gave you my kid's soul?
DM me after. Now you're talking. How old's the kid?
6.
Okay, all right. Now we're talking. All right, listen. Hey, that's a good deal. To be a streamer, though, I probably could give you more than that. You just want to be a streamer?
Well, I guess, I could make up a list and I can get back to you.
Yeah, please do. I don't want to give you a bum deal. A 6-year-old soul is a 6-year-old soul.
I got you.
He's gonna burn in hell for all eternity. You got to understand that.
Oh, it's worth being rich.
I fuck with it. I fuck with the mentality. Okay, we'll take it.
Smoke meth, hell say.
Yeah, all right. I'll see you later, bud. We got him. What a good dad.
Back to the Talking Baby podcast. Joining me once again this week is the only person I know whose entire body has a beard. Thanks for being here again.
Well, to be honest, the only other thing I had on the schedule for today was to eat the food out of my bowl, and I've already done that, so my day was pretty wide open.
Ooh, I'm glad you mentioned food, because you were eating recently and I was watching you.
Uh-huh.
I think it was yesterday or an hour ago or tomorrow. I don't really understand how time works yet. I'm a baby. But anyway, I was watching you and I noticed that the food that you eat is very different than the food that I eat.
Yes, it's very different. And for what it's worth, I also struggle with the concept of time. Anything that's not happening right now really confuses me.
Same. I'm really hoping it improves over the past few years. So anyway, here's the thing I noticed. The food that you eat doesn't come out of a person like my food does. Which I just assumed that was standard practice. You know, I figured that when anyone was hungry, you know, you make the crying sound, wah, wah, and then a larger person picks you up, puts the food sacks that they have attached to their chest into your mouth, and boom, you're eating. But the more I look around, the more I'm like, wait, is it just me doing this? Am I a weirdo?
Oh yeah, it's definitely just you. And yes, you are a weirdo. But like, you're weird in so many other ways that's almost like the least weird thing about you.
Really? What are other things that are weird about me?
I mean, for one, you puke all the time, nonstop. Like, I'll puke once in a while if I eat my own poo or whatever.
What's that now?
Oh, you know how like when you're in the backyard and you're a little hungry, but mostly you're bored and you see an old pile of your own poo and you're like, meh, why not? And so you eat it and then your stomach's like, ooh, I did not like that. And so you puke, you know, like the normal reason people puke.
I'm starting to get the feeling that you may be unreliable as a source for what's normal and what's weird, but do go on.
Oh, another weird thing about you is that you're like super small compared to other people.
Yeah, I've definitely noticed that before, but I always assumed that I was a totally normal size and that they were all just giant freaks.
Nah, you tiny, bro.
Whoa, hold on. I just had the craziest thought.
You want to taste your own poo?
What? No.
Yeah, no, that's not what I was thinking either.
Anyway, so I'm like not a big conspiracy person, but do you think it's possible that I will one day grow into being a giant freak like them?
Look, I'm not an expert or anything, but because right now you are the size that you are, I think I can say with absolute certainty that that's the size you're always gonna be.
Oh, okay, that's a relief. Because honestly, between you and I, being this size is a pretty great gig. Like, I don't have to do anything. Like, right now, I'm feeling a little hungry, so I'm gonna do the whole crying thing in a second. And dude, within a minute, I'll have a warm food sack in my mouth. It's kind of the best.
Yeah, I'm also hungry, so I'm gonna go out into the backyard.
Why are you going into the backyard if you're hungry?
No reason.
Right, and I'm the weird one. I guess we're both going to be puking in a few minutes. Whoa, am I starting to understand how time works?
You guys are really overthinking this. It's 100 guys versus a fucking gorilla. It's just one gorilla. If we all bum rushed it, then we could absolutely overpower the gorilla. Have either of you seen a gorilla like in person before? Terrifying and massive. Like, this thing would tear us all limb from limb. You could just suck it off. I think there's other tactics we could use, but like 1 out of a million. Yes, would there be losses? Of course, but I'm just saying, like, you try sucking it off. I mean, What? No, bro, we're not. Okay, what are you saying? You keep bringing up sucking off the gorilla, and I don't. Someone has to suck off the gorilla. You serious right now? Oh, I'm dead serious. There are a lot of men's lives at stake in this scenario. I'm honestly kind of surprised you guys are dogging on me for like thinking that sucking off the gorilla isn't the best idea here. Bro, I think you just want to suck off the gorilla. No, I don't want to have to suck off the gorilla, but I would do it because that's just the kind of team player that I am. How would you even get to the point where, so you're gonna just like run up to this gorilla and like try to like set this up for me? How does this work? It's ridiculous. I can't wait to hear this. So the 4 of us and 96 other dudes, we spawn into this kind of like jungle arena simulation. Now I'd let you guys form a makeshift camp on one side of the jungle arena, and then I would go and venture off to befriend the gorilla through, you know, a bit of grooming, maybe sharing some resources and food that we get to the point where gorilla is familiar enough with me. Maybe we fall in love. I'm not saying we get married, form a domestic partnership. Maybe we move in. I'm not saying that like I would pay for all the rent and utilities, but maybe the gorilla, you could get a job, pick up another shift. All right, sure. That's regardless. I'm saying that we catch it off guard. I'm not saying on like date 1 or 2 or 3, but maybe the 4th date, I could suck off the gorilla. You'd know that in this scenario, like you probably wouldn't make it. The gorilla would probably be like, feel pretty betrayed. Immense betrayal, kind of like an Avatar. And maybe I switch sides. A guy, a gorilla, versus 99 dudes. In that process, maybe we can form some kind of stop the whole war treaty, or some kind of charter to like kind of form like a small colony, kind of like a Planet of the Apes. Imagine you're getting dome and 100 guys run up on you. Are you ready to fight? No, be actually really traumatized. Be totally defenseless, yeah. It'd be quite surprising. This is all to say to get the gorilla to a point where it's exposed that you guys could attack the gorilla and we could win. Yeah, okay, I mean, sucking out the gorilla might be the best option, actually. Pretty great idea, actually. Thank you! It could work, yeah. I mean, that's a decent option. Okay. If that doesn't work, then it's a thumb up the butt. Okay, now you just knew it. You just want to suck off the gorilla. Son of a bitch.
$6 for 6 inches, Subway? Do we not have any integrity? Do we not have any fucking morals? Did we not run a $5 foot-long commercial for a decade just for you to spin it, add $1 and minus 6 inches? What is this, a Hinge profile? What the fuck? I mean, what is it, gourmet now? Oh, we cutting it fresh like Jersey Mike's? No, you're not. You're bringing it in on some truck who got it from fuck knows where, and you're throwing it in this little dish and you're $6 for 6 inches. You can shove it up your ass. I don't know why this angered me. Actually, I do know, because I used to eat it all the time in high school. And I would get that $5 fucking footlong like 3 times a week. I was eating it a little bit too much, if I'm being honest here, but it was high school. That's what I was doing with my life. And now you want to come back, and now they're spinning it like it's a good deal. That's a terrible deal. That's like the worst fucking deal ever. $6, 6 inches. Oh my God, that's an armed robbery.
Yes, I'm back. And so is the rookie critic.
He's not wrong about the armed robbery part there. I would know from experience for 1, 2. Yeah, $6 for 6 inches. Yes, that's expensive. When people are like, "Oh, how much can I get with like $10 for a sandwich?" I'm like, "Ugh, there's a couple sandwiches that are 6 inches. You could probably get a foot long, $10. I don't know. After tax, especially, no. There's a couple sandwiches that are but they're like, you know, it's going to be over 10 after tax. So, yeah, for foot long. So I get that one. Yeah.
That was special for you when I saw that. But
it's actually funny that you had that as one of the videos, man, because this one guy came in last week and he was like, dude, he's a black guy. He's like, man, why is Subway so expensive? And he's like, why is it so expensive?
He was black, mind you.
Well, if he was white, I'd be like, Subway is very expensive, sir. You know, I'd do that too. But he was like, man, they should just lower the prices. I'm like, I don't know. The minimum wage keeps on going up and all these things. And he was like, no, that's bullshit. And he's like, no, they just raising it because they want to. And I was like, well, why? Because I know. Like, okay.
He's gone to the Eric July School of Business and other things kids want to learn as well.
He was like, they don't need to increase the prices. They make enough. Like, what? I never had that argument before. So thanks man. And he's like, yeah. he insisted to stay there and tell me this. Like, I didn't ask for him to have a conversation about it. He really wanted to tell me they could just lower the prices. I was like, I'll get right on that.
Yeah. Well, it's good to be back, as Iron Man would say. Iron Man 2.
Yes.
And I would have been here last week, regular scheduled programming Thursday, daytime, day shift work leaves that available. But Rookie Critic had to work.
I had to work, but I got off at like 8 o'clock my time, so like I technically could have still streamed, but you was asleep when I called, so it was pointless anyway.
You make me wait that long. Fuck you, nigga.
All right, well, there you are. I loved the baby podcast thing. I saw that too myself, and it was just like, it's so dumb, but it's like that's based on an old commercial, right? Like where the little baby talks and
no, this is just the baby talking was Scott Trade. That was like internet stock trading commercial.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then it's just make that little baby into like a little podcast host. Like, it's an idea.
Yeah, I miss those. I miss those because they would be like singing sometimes and shit, and it's just the context of baby being like, "Hey, here's like some stock tips."
Well, I think it's funny too with the podcast thing. It's like, "Hey, I'm Joe Rogan, but I have zero experience with life at all in any way, shape, or form. I barely know anything. I'm talking to my dog." It's just like,
they should totally make baby Joe Rogan.
They should have the baby talk with Joe Rogan. And smoke weed with Joe Rogan.
Oh, yes. There's so many things. Dude, okay. Funny you're talking about ideas here. Okay. Because Vito, of course, like Victor the Lore Seeker, bring it to our attention. Although we know we detract, we're in this environment. We're aware of the meltdown. Now, is this all stage bullshit? I don't know. It seems not. But we'll see.
I saw a little bit of Vito's melting down on the last biggest problem, but I haven't really paid attention to anything else since then. So I don't know if it's increased.
Oh God, yeah, it just keeps going on, and maybe this is to like egg people on to make the show memorable and interactive. But we'll see if it's real or if it's fake.
I thought to get a lot more people to pull up to Hackmania
after the fake out. We're ending. Shit they pulled for like a week or two.
Yeah, it's hard to like actually know what's really real anymore with them.
Yeah. So
my guess is that this will be to get more people to pull up to Hackmania. And like, like him going, "No, I don't," like a reverse psychology of "I am scared." Just wink, wink. I want everybody to show up. Like, and you're not I don't know. He's playing chess up here,
Yeah, the fact that Vito like he's such a perceptive guy, he's pretty smart, and he's been watching Eric July for like 2 or 3 years now, and to act just like it, I feel this is put on, so
yeah, but it's like it's either he's really playing at an angle or he's a bitch. Like,
yeah.
Otherwise that's it.
I think it's a bit that's my gut right now. Is like, this is such like the whole like, are you threatening me when Dick pulled that? And then we find out Vito's like, "Oh, dude, I knew it was on when you said that."
well, and it's like it's hard to believe that he would actually be serious because he laughs at like the whole Riley showing up to Eric July's place and all that. It's just like he laughs at that, but then it's like, with him, he's like, "I'm not gonna have some crazy guy show up here." It's like, you've got to be joking because like what? Like hypocrisy otherwise, pretty much.
Yeah. But I invoked that to center us because, turn on my camera. Wrong button.
Banish yourself. Be gone.
It's serious. Okay. If you can't tell, this is serious. All right. I'm wearing my special Isombros Angus detractor hat. That's how serious it's gotten.
It's on.
Yeah. One of us, not me or Rookie, but our ranks are few and far between fellows of All American Beef. He's going trader, and it's time to get exposed.
Oh no.
That would be Dan Sheckelwitz, aka Dan Evans of Godfoe Universe. He's going counter detractor, and that cannot be tolerated. Cannot be tolerated. So that's going to be the main focus. I started reading this thread, and I'm like, holy shit, Sturgis is here. I got to stop. I got to disengage. We got to interact this fresh tonight. Detracting. This is Detractor Inception today. We're detracting detractors, detracting people, detracting.
Detractception for sure.
Yeah, so that's why we gotta. I was trying to prompt the image to be like a tractor made out of Death Star shooting a beam, but that was too complicated.
Yeah,
too complicated. So yeah, but before we go on, we got a ceremony, and I talked about it. The weather's getting warm. I don't drink a lot. I enjoy when I drink, so. Like the actual beverage. I don't drink to get slammed. And yeah, I actually bought a 12-pack of High Life, the champagne of beers, because I like to make what I call poor man shandies. All right. So if you don't know, there's a brand here in the Midwest called Leinenkugel. They sell 6-packs for about $10-12. And they got the standard lemon shandy. It's like beer with a hint of lemon. It's pretty good. It's a nice summer beer. It's their main one. But I'm really partial to the grapefruit shandy, and the berry one's good, but it's like really heavy. So in my opinion, these aren't beers you actually slam, you enjoy them. And yeah, I make poor man shandies out of High Life and grapefruit juice. So if you got a drink here, get it ready, because we got a little ceremony we do from time to time when we remember. Why am I getting feedback from you, Ricky?
I don't know. Sometimes my mom's TV in the living room like comes all the way back here.
No, it's like I'm getting myself.
Oh, I don't know. I'll mute and unmute. All right. What about now?
Poop.
Poop yourself before you wreck yourself. What about now? Is it too close?
Not so far. No, it was like I was getting myself.
Oh, okay.
Strangely.
Yeah, I don't know. Ain't nothing happening there.
And yeah, and of course when we're watching a new Shoe0nHead video, seems to be fun when we do that. And
yeah, I was way too passed out last time, so I was like, nah. But I did not see this one yet, and I like Shoe0nHead, so should be interesting.
But yeah, without further ado, let's kick this off proper. It's a little time for
the Horn of Ceremony.
Poor man Shandy. Officially christened the stream, and thus
this concludes the Horn of Ceremony.
That's right, my friends. The horn has been blown. I wish I eternalized more Lord of the Rings.
It comes as quickly as it leaves.
Yeah. Short, simple, to the point. Yeah, I want to say hey to Keely Chow bringing the beef. All y'all be sure share this stream out, tweet it, like it, share it, comment, be interactive, and of course afterward leave a comment, help the algorithm, and yeah, consider supporting the channel. Consider some super chats, become a member. Get enough, I'll figure out getting custom emojis created, whatever y'all feel like, what you feel is themed appropriate. I want to give back to y'all, and we'll figure out other things. But yeah, we got Keely Chow, we got Stony McInternet Douche says he makes some good points. Talking about some of those videos earlier. I think the gorilla video. I love that guy.
What I thought was one of the lamest of the videos, but I hate the stupid conversation about it anyway, because it's not. It's mostly because the simulator video that goes around with it. I hate seeing those recommended. Sometimes those will be what do you recommended mean? With the 100 men versus a gorilla.
Right.
Like I show a simulator of like 100 men versus a gorilla. I hate those fucking things. Those just annoy me visually. Stupid.
Yeah, but I like the Andrew guy. He escalates stuff pretty funny.
That guy's funny, sure, but like I said, I hate the scenario. It's stupid. It's like it just came out of nowhere with nothing. It's like it's not even like the bear versus woman or something. It's like
No, it wasn't bear versus woman. It was like, would you rather be alone in the woods with a man or a bear?
I know what it was, but if you were to put it into a battle scenario, that's where it comes from. Obviously, where did this gorilla thing come from? Somebody beat up Harambe's son or something. Like,
dude, I can't believe you're so negative on an organic monkey meme trending. People are analyzing primates. They're studying how can we compete with the gorilla in a group. And a primatologist actually weighed in on this and said, like, yeah, no, men would win most likely because we would coordinate. Obviously, there'd be some sort of at least injury casualties, if not, deaths.
If anything, you'd tire out by the time we got to the last 10 or something. Be like, fuck, I'm beat. Ugh.
Yeah, that's the thing is like, this is something I envy. This is a weird tangent, but I've talked about this with Ricky before, and I really envy animals in the sense of like their psyche. When an animal eats, you see this with your dogs. Your dogs get habituated. They learn your routine. They get excited at certain times, or they'll bug you like, "Hey, you're supposed to go to walk right now, bud." Shit like that. I don't know why I'm trying to blank right now out of nowhere. Oh yeah. Despite how habituated to humans animals can get as pets, there's still the wild instinct in them that, like dogs, no matter how much and how often you feed them, there's like a ravenous wolf-based hunger. Every time they eat, they're just like, and it's like they're afraid to starve. It's like, what, dude? You're in a city. You're in my house. Why are you scared? So it's always there, and with that comes, like full spectrum enjoyment, full investment. When you're human and you're in a relationship, it's like, the sex wasn't great today. Wasn't my best outing. Well, I gotta have sex tomorrow. Oh my god, I'm getting feedback from you again, Rookie.
I didn't do anything.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting myself from you. There we go. But yeah, animals, they don't have like future planning. Like, even hibernating animals, bears, squirrels, whatever, they don't, besides the instinct of planning, they don't think of the future. They think of tomorrow. It's all now at all times. And so they kind of live a fulfilled life. They live life to the fullest. And so I envy them that. But that's also what fucks them versus humans, because we can plan, we can make coalitions in very abstract ways compared to what smart animals even can do. So yeah, gorilla, when he fights, he's going to go 100% the whole time. And so he's going to gas himself. And that's where humans, like, we can tag in, tag out. Hey, man, you're on spear duty for 5 minutes.
Well, even initially, you can have some kind of poke and prod at him. A couple definitely get their arms ripped off. I mean, right away. But try to make it burn off energy, trying to chase you down. They may be fast, quickly with sprints, but they're gonna definitely tire out. So
literally, all you got to do is bait it into a 300 opening scenario with the wolf. Get yourself in a cone type area, funnel them in, let them charge. They're going to fucking run themselves on the spear. Like, it's really that simple. It's like, all right, is this just hand to hand? Can we get rocks?
It's like if we have weapons, I feel like it's now unfair to the gorilla entirely.
Well, yeah, but even without that,
what if the gorilla has a spear and rocks?
Yeah, even without weapons, even primitive weapons, the number of humans, already talking about getting gassed, but also all you gotta do is get their legs. You gotta do like a boar. Like, obviously, it has a neck, it can rotate and stuff. It's more agile than like a pig. But I think my thing, if you're just going straight hand to hand, all gotta participate. I think if you got enough going for the legs, he's fucked. We can subdue him. And
which is even like one person 1v1 with a gorilla. I don't think a gorilla would expect its prey to like take a dive at its feet or anything. Like, what the hell? Like, you might get a good chance to stub its toe and be like, ow, ow, my
I just got my nails done, god damn it.
My big toe, ow, my toe.
Yeah. It's a fun scenario because we're so far removed from this being a reality. It's kind of like this really is the heart of humanity. This is the heart of our existence. These were the thoughts that we actually had to be concerned about. It's like how many of us got to go out for a hunting party to be safe from wolves? Or
then we're reading about what videos they're going to upload the next day. It's all right. What are we going to hunt tomorrow, and how are we going to get it?
Yeah. So it's a fun what if, because it's not so preposterous. Maybe today it is, but it's really locale based. If you're an African farmer trying to grow bananas, and sorry, that's not a racist. Not that I care. That's really not. Africans actually grow bananas. It's a real problem.
How likely are you a white farmer are you a white farmer in Africa growing bananas? That's probably not likely. So
it's a legitimate problem with like mountain gorillas, and black African banana farmers. Is the gorillas love ripping up the trees and eating the roots or whatever, and so this puts them in confrontation. So this is a huge conservation issue because people got to survive. So it's just like, fuck, I really walked into that. Got to clarify. But yeah, anyway, good stuff. I love that. I think his name's Andrew Russo. So go check him out. Vito Cosmore Beef. Yeah. Pull up to it. Exactly. Victor's like, you think it's a bit. We got Apex Comics saying hey to us. Everybody in the chat.
Yo.
And he's pointing out his we'll look at this later. Your Fembat campaign. You got a Dan Lawless cover. I don't know if I've actually looked at it. I know I've heard it on stream, but so he says detract these nuts. No.
They will in fact intract. They will tract.
Have I backed the Golden Shower Patriot? Not yet.
I'm going to, because it is Power Rangery, and from what it looks like it's fucking pathetic for a Power Ranger-esque thing. So I'm going to critique it as if I'm like, a major Power Ranger nerd. So I already had issues with the trailer. It's like a boring World War II type of trailer. You know what? If you pull it up, we could comment on that too. The short enough trailer, so it's not like a nice long Gyro one or nothing. It's a deep one. I had some critiques on the trailer.
You got some critiques of your critiques.
That's in my head is a funny ass line. Just a critique of your critique. Your critique was.
It's so funny because the way he says it is like, haha. Never heard of that, have you, bud?
Check and mate.
Yeah, and it's funny because I was in a rudimentary, I don't even know what it was, like a film theory class, and we did 3 papers. That was it. The whole class, whole term was 3 papers, and the first assignment was we watched the Fag episode of South Park, and then we read a professional film critic critique of it. And then we had to critique the critique for the assignment. Like, what does he get right? What does he get wrong?
It is actually a good assignment because I feel like that was never something brought up in any of my courses. And I feel like that in modern day, especially, what people say is something that should be kind of looked at sometimes. That's not always looked at as much as the actual thing, but people talk about it all the time. So it's good to take a look-see poo.
Yeah. Victor asks, will I do a review on Yellow Flash? I hope to. Again, appreciate you super checks. I've been tight on money this year with bills and inflation and shit. So you want content, this kind of shit you gotta buy.
Hey, look, help. You could get it for as little as $17.
Yeah, but that's extra.
It's still $17 more than I'd like to spend
and like $8 shipping. So
Oh yeah. Rex doesn't include shipping on there.
Let's talk about the 25 price staying the way it is in comics games. Like, that's actually a good thing. If you're talking about it's inflation and whatever, and the fact that the books are still being sold for 25 for over like 8 years.
It makes it easy to budget for it because they don't change for at least the minimum price. So it's usually good.
Sony says, okay, Ricky, how about 100 gorillas versus your mom?
Got me, man. You got me. I mean, it's unfair that it's gorillas because they definitely kill her. She'd struggle against like possums, so probably.
I mean, possums are freaky.
Probably not good with the most animals.
Oh, see, I had to look up what this post was. The Silk Song. It's like, what?
Silk Song.
Are you talking about the Hollow Knight? I'm not a gamer, so
for some reason I was assuming it was like a Spider-Man meme or something.
Although I really want to play that expedition. I was in this random chat and someone shared like 2 pictures of the characters. So then I was like looking up this Expedition 33, and now it's a huge hit. And it's funny because JD is trying to I've seen different like game-centric anti-woke channels that are grifters. And they're trying to like, oh, hey, it's woke, and it's like, or it's like, well, I didn't really say anything about this game before because blah, blah. It's like, well, you didn't know it'd be popular right off the bat when it released. So now you're like, I would have made videos, crying about it to monetize it. Again, Ricky, I'm getting feedback. Are you on your phone?
Yeah.
That's why. Get on your computer, fuck.
But why does it give you feedback?
Probably because it's like the sound bouncing off your chest or something. If it's sitting on you.
I think I noticed whenever I set it down, like I'll set it down. Like if you're not like talk for a sec, if you're not hearing yourself.
100 gorillas versus Ricky's mom.
Because I set it down now. Do you have feedback with yourself?
Grapefruit shandy. No.
Well, I don't know. It seemed to be like shortly after I set it down every time that you say feedback, bro.
Yeah. But yeah, let's look at Dan Godfoe. Let's look at this betrayal in the works. Let me look him up. I'm gonna pull him up because
little Danny boy.
Actually, I'd probably find it quicker on my profile. And if you're confused, like how do I follow Angus? Well, it's at Angus Reviews. And if you're still not certain that yes, it is currently Fembob Sponge Bussy as my name.
Yeah, he likes to make lots of silly little Twitter names every now and then.
Previously I was Pal E. Steinowitz.
I see a different name in my DMs all the time, and I'm like, oh, that's Angus. Okay.
Yeah. Let me see. Wait, there it is. Okay. Oh man, Dan. Oh, Dan. Let's look at this. Where do we go? Share screen. Dude, I miss Google Hangouts every day. All right. So Dan is sharing this Rip a Goalpost post. It's like actual fandom. Eric seems bored. Eric, yeah. I would be excited if I had my own company with as many things as he has going on. He seems like the most depressed owner of a comic book company I've ever known. I agree. Yeah, the whole demeanor of Eric is just like, yeah, I've seen success. We've really beaten him down. There's still more work to beat him down more, but it's obviously working and has worked.
Well, whenever you got to say, we're having fun, we're having fun, we're having fun, it probably doesn't mean you're having fun.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I appreciate the fake it till you make it effort, but like no.
Yeah, but I guess put on
no
the
one
face.
is convinced, bro.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Godfoot says what's really boring is having an entire ecosystem built around a single individual. I get the detracting idea was funny at first because of what ISOM 1 was, but unless you're talking about the art itself, it just seems boring now. I don't care what the guy does or how many books he sells. If he makes a bad book, again, review it as so. If he makes a good one, review it as so. The parasitic fixation is just bizarre. Like, I feel like EVS could read this with like a lispy voice. Let me try.
Probably.
You've made him into an apex predator in the ecosystem, meaning he defines what happens, which makes you either prey or a parasite.
I mean, I see it as like it's entertaining to look into things that they do. So, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like
not really movies.
it's like the context you seem to be missing, Dan, is that Eric has wormed his way over years into this space and threw his hat in the ring and wildly succeeded beyond expectations as a first-time creator with no legitimate background in this specific creative field. And that was largely thanks to the audience that he was gifted and shared with from EVS as the focal point, along with Yellow Flash, etc. All these people, Friday Night Tights, and also the rhetoric that fuck, dude, feedback. The rhetoric of this space and conservative talking points with cancel culture, woke art, etc. And delivered dog shit, and it feels like everyone feels had if they were a earnest backer. A lot of people feel had, so there's just like they feel robbed, so that's I'm having fun, but like this is also kind of gay, especially interacting with lots of detractors of various kinds, myself included. Dan, the more I'm reading, the more it's like, dude, it feels like that stream we had with Tony and Abomination AJ. Oh, sorry. Where
is that better now? I'm on my computer.
Yeah, way better. It feels like that stream, that debate with Abomination AJ, where you and me are trying to be the neutral parties intermediating, and yet we're having to add to the ganging up on Abomination because it's like, dude, you don't even fucking know what you're talking about. Like, literally, you just say this, and it's like, well, here's extra context, dumb fuck. Like, so it feels like very uninformed already. I don't know if you have anything to add for this first one.
Not the first one. Nope. That's good. Coach covered it.
He continues, there are much better creators in indie comics that won't see the same level of success because they either don't have the platform or because people would rather make money on EJ instead of promoting actual good work. A system has been made that doesn't care about art, but about cynical self-gain, whether attacking or defending EJ. It's like, I kind of agree.
I mean, sure. I guess the way that I see it is that there's a lot less like energy or emotion behind what's assumed with a lot of people. I mean, if he's referring to like Riley as like in like EVS as the top ones that go hard at this, sure. But like I feel like the majority, it's just kind of fun to watch sometimes and look at. A lot of the words we get from Eric and them is hilarious sometimes. Or even Yellow Flash, like, yeah, can't he fly? It's just funny. It's not like the owned Bob Judge. It's just kind of funny.
Yeah. Well,
and then other people get really mad at it because we laugh, and then it's a snowball of different reactions people all have, and that's what kind of makes it a thing.
Well, I think it's also analyze this. It's really retarded because it's talking about this in the framework of comic books. It ignores how EVS, a lot of his audience, he only had like maybe 20,000, give or take, maybe 30, before he became a high counselor and a Star Wars fandom minister. He had a devoted fan base for his art, but he was never like a major fucking art channel or anything. It's accumulated because he's a DC guy. And then he went solo, and he's building a channel from Star Wars coverage. So a huge tract of the subscriber base of EVS over the years is because of Star Wars and cutting up toys and just commenting on woke shit and soy people.
To be more specific about it, yeah, he was complaining and making videos about stuff that other people like to see get trashed on for whatever reasons and stuff like Star Wars.
Eric.
And that was me. I'm one of them who was like, I'd never read comics before, and then found his channel, and then at some point he talks about Cyberfrog, and now I've backed like over 80 comic books.
Because Eric,
like in other words, because he's bitching about something like that got my attention.
Eric even more so. He's got like his music history. He's got his like attempted gaming shit. He's trying on his channel, his Dougie rap shit. whatever, and then it's really stuck and took off when we started talking about like COVID and libertarian shit and woke shit, you know, with attractive comic commentary. So you're talking about this with like one platform in mind when these are literally multi-platform fan bases, and within each platform there's different niches and subgroups of why they're here. It's like some of these people never bought Cyberfrog after 7-8 years of it being a thing. They still have never bought Cyberfrog. They're here because EVS is funny. They hate these like traders, whatever the case, you know. And this has been going on for over a year now, Trashcast. And guess what? People are still turning out like 2,000-3,000 people on a stream. So he's giving customers what they want. People are super chatting. Those are customers too, Dan. So this commentary is really short-sighted, and I don't think it's disingenuous. I don't think Dan's a disingenuous guy, but like I gotta bend you over my leg and get daddy's belt at time to time.
Well,
This
and
is
I
one of
guess
those
like
moments, Dan.
I guess like critiquing art can only go on for so long or hard. Like with something, I feel like with movies, there's more stuff you can pick at for a longer amount of time. When it comes to like comic books and stuff, there's only so much you can kind of comment about it. And like EVS and some people can probably do it well, have good commentary. But ultimately, if they're like we've seen like Comic Kings sometimes where they're like talking about each other's comic books for like half an hour, and it's like okay, like I don't know. It's one thing if you know about the material that they're talking about and trying to get you to get sometimes. But I don't know, like having it always be about comics all the time isn't always interesting. It's just
Well, I
a lot
mean,
of people try to do that with their channels, right? And how well do they do? From what I could tell, they don't seem to last very long or do very well. Like it's just comics only,
yeah, it's I don't know. I think about I remember saying this years ago with you when I started kind of really like looking around. I'm like, I don't know about this Doomcock shit. Feels like this is like fake outrage. It feels like this is a business now, not a true fan sentiment thing. It feels like they
most of
figured out
them, I
money.
think, were initially passionate, and then
I don't disagree.
and then they made money, and then they're like, well, if I do that more with other things,
Yeah, that's what. Yeah,
then-
like
yeah.
money, success, of fame. This really shows you people who is who they are, their true selves. And we see all these grifters. That clip. I'll try to find it. Maybe it's on Katie's channel. But that clip, I heard it. I didn't see it. I heard it. Listening at work. The like, yeah. Yellowfish just released a comic book on Rippaverse, and her drugs like, yep. Put the links in the chat. Yeah, but my book. These people show you who they are when they get this like opportunity. And it's funny because EVS, you look through all these years, he's like the same guy. He's just like more gatekeepy with his platform, with his access, and whatnot, because of all the times he's been burned. Like going through these DMs of the Yellow Flash yesterday. Hearing these names, like, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Like Benny Honeycuck. Oh my god, that's like early.
There's the British couple. Were they the Ethan Van Sciver?
Yeah, Ethan Van Sciver.
Like
they hated him, and then like they teamed up for a minute, and then they went back to hating him, and it's like, what the fuck happened there? Like.
Yeah, so I don't know. It is just funny seeing all that, but
it's
like
really weird to me. And this is another aspect where it's like, all right, if you care about comics and selling them and good art and creation, getting access, getting eyes on art, whatever. EVS has done that. He's gone way out of his way for nobodies and given lots of success, and lots of these fuckers not just are taking a long time to create the thing. EVS suffers that himself, but they just ran away with the money, and you get no feedback. Dan Fraga.
Doug Snaple was a big one.
Yeah, Doug fulfilled. He made a great thing, but once he got his like million, he'd fucking turn real quick, Mike S. Miller. He's literally helping him like save his house, whatever. And then this guy is like one of the biggest rats against EVS. It's like he helped you like save your family financially, and you turn on him. You know, like this is the context you miss just hopping in or not doing your fucking.
Well, it's not just that though. It's not just that though, because with EVS going over like old DMs, it's kind of like there's so much private stuff that we haven't seen to even know. Like there's been potentially trash casts going on privately for years without anybody, without the entertainment of it on the public display, like in full view for everyone. But like what's interesting with EVS now is that he does say what a lot of people won't say now with stuff. He's like,
he's got nothing.
Like, it sounds crazy, and maybe a conduct a lot of people can vary on sharing DMs and stuff, but I don't know. I assume anything you send to anyone can be public at some point.
That's the thing. I've always said it about streams and shit. Like I'm the same guy on stream as I am in person. I just say the F's are a lot more in person versus like YouTube streaming. Even then I'll drop it sometimes. We're if you've seen that video, people, of Shiloh Hendricks, you know what I'm talking about. Things are changing, my friends.
But it's like, when like with the Rippaverse, so many people weren't saying what they think about it because of like positions and like relations, their own channel growth, whatever. They just wouldn't say anything. But then EVS and Dick Masterson and all them start saying it a lot more and say it like they're saying a lot more blunt things about other creators more often.
Yeah,
that's interesting because that's interesting to watch because so many people won't do that at all. And I'm not even saying to be vicious with each other all the time, but most people aren't honest with each other. It seems like not really.
Yeah, it's all just like they're only thinking like a certain tribe in a certain region. Money, is their only measurement of anything. You see with these fucking gapes and garglers and friends, it's always like, oh, it didn't make money. But then you're like, hey, Alita Battle Angel didn't fucking make money. And they ignore that.
Yeah.
Because that was a fucking agitprop against Captain Marvel. So that was great. But even though if you do the math and what you should expect for like the cuts of the theaters and the countries, the taxes and whatnot, how much it costs, that lost money at best with DVDs that broke even. There's a reason they're not making a fucking sequel at Disney,
Yeah, thankfully. But like that's actually another thing though, like what we see with a lot of the stuff with recent things, like with Golden Patriot, they don't seem to talk about anything about the book. They go look at where it's at. We are selling it. It is on Rippaverse and stuff.
It's like, got so many books sold. It's like, yeah,
it was made by it was made by whomever. It was this, but they're not like telling you anything about what you're buying really. It's just like, I have this box. This box was made in China. The wood was from the Amazon. The tape was from this dispensary over here. The text was written from this. It's like, no. What is in the thing? What is in the package? What are we talking about? It's just like,
like
talking about it.
Also, all this EJ stuff, Dan's lamenting, pro or con. I don't know. Don't you like punk rock? Don't you like the spirit of that? Going against the grain, telling it like it is. EVS is only potentially, at least, especially at the start, when you got this guy, it's made $6 million on 2 comics and gotten on Fox, The Blaze, everywhere else talking about it. And he's like, you know what? Fuck that guy. I can't go along with this anymore. He's only hurting himself potentially. He's lost a couple thousand subs, but Eric's lost like 20,000. And he keeps falling
because EVS has barely increased his sub count since he started.
He's making so much more money, Yeah,
he's made the fact he stayed as consistent or made more money here and there is insane. While all these other channels have hundreds of thousands more than him of subscribers, and it's like he's still they're still trying to combine to do stuff against him, and it's like, okay, that's the thing.
With our powers combined, we become Captain Faggot.
But the another one of those defining moments, I guess, of all this stuff in the internet sphere was when Zack Snyder was on Geeks and Gamers. It was like, oof, that could be seen as a really awesome achievement, but the looks on everyone's faces showed it was a hard blow.
I love that.
Yeah, and even Eric July didn't like that either at the time.
It's funny.
He should have said more stuff,
that was a hard line to be like a bigger growing channel of geeks and gamers and go against them and call them out with like, hey, you tried to simp for the mainstream and they backhand you on your own fucking channel and you took it like a bitch.
That was the first time I think AVS called them zeros. I think it was on the exact
not a zero here.
But it's like that's kind of the thing too. It's like, insult. Like, I don't know. A lot of people. It shows how sensitive a lot of people are too with a lot of this stuff. And I don't know. It seemed like when we started, there was a lot more backbone, but revealed everybody, spines are made of jelly.
So, yeah, it's like EVS is making, $500,000 to $1 million every major Cyberfrog book.
Well, he's done all these like action figures. He's done these car things. He's done a lot. He's done a lot of crowdfunds in between, and that has fulfilled them too.
It's like it's not just that I like EVS, because I have said multiple times on stream and on Twitter, I'm like, I don't like Cyberfrog 2. It's a huge letdown for me. It's fine other people like it. It's obviously beautiful still, but narratively, I'm like so let down by what was like established tonally.
Did you cut out, or did my internet suck? Chat. I don't know if his internet.
Am I here?
Now you are. I don't know if my side froze or.
No, it's like I'm getting.
I don't know if it froze again. Maybe turn your camera
off. That's weird. Am I here?
You are now for a second. I don't know.
That is weird. There's no reason. I have full bars on the Wi-Fi. Now it's fine. Okay. Gone again.
Yeah, and you gone.
Let me see. There are much creators. There are much better creators in indie comics that won't see the same level of success because they either don't have the platform, because people rather make money off VG instead of promoting actual good work. Since doesn't care about art. Okay. You can and should critique art, especially if you make it. What you shouldn't do, however, is seek to suck as much money as you can from a creator. And you yourself either aren't making art or prioritizing it over making art. Content is not the same as art. And what many call content is just leechcraft. If you're sacrificing art for money, I'm not sure you can call yourself an artist. And if you're not an artist, quite frankly, who cares what you think?
If you're not an artist and commenting on stuff.
Yeah, I mean, most people aren't artists. They're just enjoying art.
But I assume he's referring to specifically EVS here, but I don't know.
So to top this off, here's some actual talented creators who, whether you like them or not, or agree with them or not, are at least competent in art. I'm sure I've missed some because it's early and I'm writing this quickly. Feel free to add more. Oh, Centurion 2000. Who's this guy? Let's look him up. Oh, John's Longbox. Gay. Never mind. And EJ is dedicated an inordinate amount of time to the big two. Now, here's what really took me off. That I had to look at this thread. Might be earlier. Let me see. It was right here. Look who showed up, rookie. I've promoted multiple indie comics. Talk about the art of indie creators all the time. Nice. Followed. He followed Sturgis. Reputable indie comic commentator. What are you pocket watching? He followed Sturgis. That was too good. And so this is what I This is what I had in reply to that. I said, "No, Dad, Sturgis is retarded. Don't fall for it, Dad." Oh man. Detracting non-detractors detracting. This is we're new levels, my friends. This is crazy. It's crazy stuff.
I can't when he's got Mace Windu about to slice down Palpatine. No, I need him. I need Godfall. No.
I need Sturgis. I can't save Padme without him. Oh my God. Why, Dan?
Wow.
Oh, Finn Bob Sponge Bussy does not approve. Oh, good times. Good times. So, good middle chunk here. We're gonna react to Shoe0nHead, change it up a bit. We had a good time a couple. Did you drop something or was that me? That was me. Never mind. Yeah, Shoe0nHead has a recent video a couple of weeks ago, actually, but she's so infrequent. It's titled "What Trump Really Destroyed."
Last video came out. That one came out pretty quick, the Trump one. So
yeah, so we're gonna react to that. I have no idea. It's about USAid, at least in part. So we'll see. Love me some Shoe. So see what y'all think, and we'll give our commentary, of course. Let's get through this ad. There we go. No thanks. Let's see what we got here.
Trump, along with Elon Musk, have created a new government agency called Doge. And what I originally thought was just an older sibling giving a younger sibling an unplugged video game controller actually turned into a real thing. And their first order of business was dismantling USAid, an innocent government program that helped poor people all around the world. Or was it? Hello, and welcome back to the Shoe0nHead channel. I am Shoe0nHead, and I am not real. I am a figment of your imagination. You have been in a coma since 2012. Wake up. Wake up. Today we will be talking about the dark, seedy underbelly of USAid. This is a topic I've been interested in for a very long time now. And now that recently USAid has been in the news, I figured it is a perfect time to finally talk about it. All the mainstream liberal coverage I've seen of this has basically been late-night talk show hosts crying fake tears about it being dismantled, and all the mainstream Republican coverage has just been about all the woke shit USAid was apparently funding. But I promise you, it is more than that. A lot more. If you're not a very political person and you only come here to consume the Reddit gender war slop, you should still stick around for this because this gets juicy. And remember, even if you're not interested in politics, politics is interested in you. And trust me, I understand why some people aren't interested in politics. It's confusing, it's stressful, it's a lot to keep up with. I feel like 500 things happen every single day. But thankfully, I have a tool to help with that.
Oh, I knew it! I fucking knew it was building to that.
It's probably one of the quickest ads she got in there. So
she's good. She's fucking good.
Yep.
And
just been down up for a little bit, that whole thing right there. But
yeah, let's get it out of that.
All right, guys.
And I got a fucking ad after the ad. Are you
no skips for you? You get
a
white ad or a black
ad? We'll see if it's skippable. Okay,
yes.
It's a black ad.
Yes.
Now let's get back to this USAID deep dive, shall we? So Donald Trump and Elon Musk created the Department of Government Efficiency, aka Doge. Get it? Like the Reddit meme from 2012? Epic bacon, my fellow memers. Honestly, who am I to talk about dead memes? My username is Shoe0nHead. So Doge's supposed goal seems to be cutting useless spending the government is making us pay taxes on. Now, I have very mixed feelings about taxes. From each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Taxation is theft! The tree of liberty will be refreshed with the blood of tyrants! My opinion has always been, if we are going to pay taxes in this country, could they at least go to things that actually help people, like Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, child tax credits, firefighters, fixing our bridges and roads, castrating pedophiles, government-funded girlfriends.
Roads! Don't be talking to a libertarian about some bitch-ass whole roads!
Yeah.
That's Someone please find me that clip that was going around recently.
Kingpin's gonna
Friends,
fix the
things like that.
What's that? Sorry, what?
Said Kingpin's gonna fix the roads. She's gonna fix the roads. Everybody.
Kingpin. Nice. Wrong tab. There we go.
And yes, we should be auditing the government. I think that's a good thing. Frankly, I don't care who does it as long as they do it well. Good things are good, bad things are bad. I'm anti-bad things, pro-good things. Those are my politics. And hating libertarians. Just kidding, I love libertarians. I get along great with them. We don't talk about child labor. Anyway, Doge got straight to work, firing government workers and basically hiring my Twitter mutuals. What was once a theater kid occupied government is now a right-wing schizo poster occupied government. No, I am not joking.
So this is a 19-year-old high school graduate who has used the unfortunate nickname Big Balls online. So that would be one way that we could refer to him. He is now working at
Big Balls is running the government, bitch.
The way she says that's a matter of factly. Oh yes, he actually uses them with the name.
The
Big
username
Balls.
Big Balls running this agency.
I love it when people that aren't funny say something that's hilarious, and they just like it just roll.
They have like the most horrible timing to make it funny. You know, like they're not trying at all. It's just
Yeah, they're literally just reading
funny.
it straight as possible, and that makes it really funny. Big balls.
behest inside Doge.
If you had told me 10 years ago that Donald Trump and Elon Musk would hire some Zoomer named Big Balls to help audit the government, I'd believe it. Like, yeah, that checks out. They have no relevant experience. Most of them aren't old enough to rent a car. They're not even old enough to rent a car. They're in their 20s. We send 18-year-olds to go die in the wars you cheerlead on, you evil hag. Why are they so focused on the ages of these people when our government is basically a retirement home? But honestly, I don't blame Hillary Clinton. If I were her, I also wouldn't want 22-year-olds in the government.
Oh, shit.
Months before dismantling the Department of Education, or apparently Sesame Street, Doge's first order of business was dismantling USAid.
Without providing any proof, Elon said USAID is a criminal organization. Oh yeah, they're an international crime syndicate hell-bent on helping people.
Pretty f***ed up, huh? Taking money away from an aid program that helps poor people all around the world. Except USAID was not exactly that. In fact, it doesn't even f***ing stand for aid. It stands for United States Agency for International Development. It has f*** all to do with aid. But honestly, I don't blame you for thinking it does. After all, they do make the word aid a different color in the logo. Those sneaky bastards. Although it said USAID provides 42% of global aid, the truth is most of those...
You should just called it AIDS.
You said that. You said this.
Funds are just spent paying US contractors and secretly conducting regime change all around the world. In fact, 80% of all USAID funding goes to just 75 organizations, while only 6% of that goes to aid. And by auditing USAID, Doge exposed the true, real puppet masters behind the secret cabal of evil masterminds funding the woke ideology spreading all around the globe. You. Yes, it was you, American taxpayer. Turns out the deep state was the friends we made along the way. And yes, it's true, we are spending billions of dollars in our
Shoe0nHead video because I'm just watching the video and I'm like, yep, this is
yeah, no, it's informative.
So it's like it's nice. And so it's like, oh yeah, we're on a live stream. I'm supposed to
it's like we're at
comment on stuff. I don't know
we're
what to
at
say.
a dinner with like a base girl, and she's like, "Oh, you didn't know about USAID?" She's an honest researcher. Like, tell me more.
Right?
No way.
No way.
Tax money to fund things like teaching Sri Lankan journalists how to avoid binary gendered language, combating disinformation in Kazakhstan, promoting inclusion in Vietnam, millions to an Armenian LGBT group, millions to rebuild the Cuban media ecosystem, millions.
Oh yeah, I was going to mention that later. I don't know if she'll invoke it because like the not Speaker of the House, but like the press secretary or whatever for Donald Trump. She was at some like reporters outside, and she was like had papers ready, like, yeah, when he went to this and then that's how he learned about the transgender comic book in like Puerto Rico or whatever that Cliff Richards of the Rippaverse worked on.
So what is she listing off right here? These are
things that money was going to with USAID.
Oh, so if this is a fact that these are what it was going to, I mean, like they're literally funding. Like, how can anybody say they're not funding LGBT propaganda? Like,
it's not propaganda. This is saving lives, rookie.
They're promoting LGBT saving lives propaganda. I don't know.
for LGBT causes in the Western Balkans, millions for LGBT activism in Uganda, millions for atheism in Nepal, millions for male circumcision around the world, and $2 million for sex changes in Guatemala. And many other things that were so ridiculous I had to double check to make sure I wasn't being trolled. Taxpayer-funded sex changes in Guatemala? We don't even do that here! Now, you might be saying, Shoe, this seems like some stupid anti-woke shit. And yeah, kind of. You got me. But I ask you, young naive liberal, why the fuck was John Bolton once the head of USAID? John Bolton, for those of you who are unaware, is an infamous neocon hack. He's literally criticized Trump for not being enough of a warmonger. Neocon hacks, for those same few of you who are unaware, are the people in our government responsible for meddling with other countries all around the world and getting us into wars for basically funsies. The people who suck the teat of Raytheon, Boeing, etc. The military-industrial complex's favorite Discord kittens. These guys come in shades of red and blue. So why was John Bolton, a red guy, in charge of the same program, USAID, that is sending American taxpayer money to foreign countries to have things like trans pride parades? The truth is, the USAID thing goes a lot deeper than what a lot of Republican commentators are saying. It wasn't just a bunch of libtards in government wasting our money on stupid woke things. No, there's way more than that. You see, it's current year and we can't just do old-fashioned imperialism anymore. The people don't like that. It's a new era, so we have to dress it up in glitter and rainbows. To put it bluntly, USAID is nothing but another form of taxpayer-funded regime change, wearing an innocent mask of aid. Shut up, Shoe! You dumb bimbo populist! You reactionary shitlord! You cry, tears running down your fat, retarded face. The United States is just giving foreign countries billions of dollars out of the kindness of their hearts! Oh yeah? I have a lovely bridge on sale down the road. Would you like to buy it? Listen, despite all its faults, I love America, and I love the American people. But if you believe the corrupt, greedy bureaucrats running the deep state of this country do
fucking Cotton says she was still around, huh? I thought she died. I was reacting to her like 2 weeks ago. What are you talking?
What she had died from? Like
no, she just like left like last year for a while because she had a kid.
Yeah, she had a kid for a little bit, and she uploads like pretty much one video a month, maybe two, sometimes at most. I guess so. She's not very consistent, and it's different on whatever days. So I don't know.
That is a nice pause right there, though.
Yeah.
Look at that shoe mouth.
She looks a little thirsty.
Anything out of the kindness of their hearts. You are a sweet, innocent angel, and you need to be protected at all costs. I especially side-eye any leftist who has the nerve to run defense for USAID, especially those who call themselves socialists or commies, considering the fact that USAID was basically originally created to destroy communist countries all around the world. Established in 1961 by President John F. Kennedy under the noble guise of aiding developing nations, USAID was, in many respects, an instrument during the Cold War to counter Soviet influence and keep the Third World from crafting its own socioeconomic model. A year after President John Kennedy created USAID in 1961, he told its directors that, as we do not want to send American troops to a great many areas where freedom may be under attack, we send you. It wasn't long before the CIA spotted an opportunity to extend its reach. In 1962, USAID launched its Office of Public Safety to send agents around the world under the guise of training police officers. But as it turned out, the trainers were busy teaching enhanced interrogation techniques, a euphemism for torture. The scandal broke out in 1966, and although the office was finally shut down in 1974, the dark practices persisted within military and intelligence circles. By 1980, USAID Administrator John Gilligan was candid enough to describe the agency as nothing more than a graduate school for the CIA. At one time, many aid field offices were infiltrated from top to bottom with CIA people, he said. It was pretty well known in the agency who they were and what they were up to. The idea was to plant operatives in every kind of activity we had overseas, government, volunteer, religious, every kind. USAID was quickly nicknamed...
That's fucking crazy that it's that old. Turn a 64-year organization that goes back to Kennedy. They're using a Kennedy organization to fight commies to make commies now?
Well, it's fuck? Like... This is like what's crazy, where it's like how it's hard to believe anything that the U.S. government says is the truth, because it's like, whatever they're telling you is probably the least worst version of what's happening. We're covering it up entirely.
Well, also, this just goes to my point I've said for years: quit falling for this like red blue shit. It's all a gay up. It's a uniparty. I know who owns it. Wink.
Those Joes.
Yeah, like Obama and Trump are buddies off screen. Biden, Hillary, all of them, they're all buddies. They're just pandering rhetoric to who they think they can sell it to, and then they do what they want and who owns them once. 2016 though, with Trump, felt we kind of got had because it was seemingly at least an organic campaign that was mostly self-funded and a grassroots funded movement. But if you still think Trump's that same 2016 candidate, like, no, it's he's part of the swamp. He's a swamp creature now himself.
He's been in it too long now. Yeah,
it's all fake and gay. Not in the way Epic might just dismiss his politics, like it's gay, it's all gay. It's like, no,
still worth paying attention to. It's
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
Don't be as quick to go. My bandwagon is the good wagon,
which is retarded when it's like woke Hollywood. We're gonna take it. We're gonna burn Hollywood down with our real studio for you, the fans, because woke. And it's like, well, what is woke? It's like it's political propaganda. So obviously, it matters, you dumb fuck. But then I think, is this just like dismissive to, like, for the circumstance of that stream with Jeremy and Evie with Eric? But no, I don't think he's that dumb. I have to question, I guess, but it's really weird to be in that environment and try to be making this product and then say that, so it's like, it just shows these people don't fucking care. You're a pay pig. Quit falling for it.
The CIA's little sister. Oh, and here's John Bolton holding a trophy given to him by USAID in the shape of a hand grenade. Yeah, nothing to see here, folks.
Yeah, that was a real
so
hand
let's
grenade.
talk about
and the trophy's somewhere
Shoe0nHead.
else. Like a Marine has a trophy, and they're like, and then it's just a trophy. Like, oh no.
That'd be funny if someone was there and they just like pulled the pin.
Yep. Just boop.
Finally got you, John Bolton.
Oh, shall we? Sit down. I love this story. Taken directly from Wikipedia, Shoe0nHead was an online social networking and microblogging service created by the United States Agency for International Development, aka USAID, and marketed to Cuban users. It was covertly developed as a long-term strategy to encourage Cuban youths to revolt against the nation's government. The developers aimed to use non-controversial content such as sports and music to build up subscribers and then to slowly introduce political messages through social bots to encourage dissent in an astroturfing initiative. So basically, USAID created.
It's like geeks and
Teaching about Star
gamers.
Wars, and then talking about Cyberfrog.
Dude, that is why this shit's going on. They like purposely agitate. They take advantage of retards making it, thinking they're really making change, and they irritate the counter opposition to be riled up. And then you create two factions, two Borgs to network and grow and intermingle and then combat. It's a distraction. But it's also a way to track people to get more people. Like, okay, we got to watch that guy, that guy, that guy. When before you had this, man, you got to put agents on the field. You got to infiltrate the barbershop for 10 years to hear rhetoric. And this is crazy. What were you saying?
Sorry, I had somebody come in real quick. What was your last point?
Oh, I was just saying that, like, basically they've created this Hegelian dialectic with, say, Star Wars, where you get woke retard creators that get empowered by Disney.
Yeah.
And they think they're making change. They're the Lumpenproll. They're like the true patriots of the cause. And then they're agitating us. So then we get riled up. And then you create these two mega factions. And then we're all distracted fighting each other.
And then the third gets created from that doesn't want to pay attention to either of them at all. And so they get disinterested in politics and culture, essentially.
Yeah. So then, that creates its own organic pool for the USAID or whoever, whatever agency to start. All right. So that dichotomy did not work on this group. So now we got to make a new thing. How do we target those disinterested people?
Yeah, they're like, oh man, culture is dumb because politics are in my culture. Politics are stupid. I don't want that. And then, they try to do their own thing maybe. And then who knows what will happen next. That's where music or sports will probably come in next to F with them.
Well, it's also, remember, what is it, writing? Let me see if I can find it. I've never actually pulled up the article. I think it's writing.
And another brilliant pause face for Shoe0nHead as well. They're nice close with the drink, like, showing her teeth. Very good.
This might be it. It's behind a fucking big wall. Oh, wait, maybe it's not.
Maybe it is it. I don't know.
Rewriting Ripley.
Oh yeah, the Ripley thing. That was a while. That feels like a long while ago now.
So their first one was in plain sight: how white supremacy, misogyny, and hate targeted the Star Wars sequel trilogy in one. Let me see. Let me scroll if there's any pictures. Okay. Okay. They're showing like this like pipeline, and so it's got the Quartering, Geeks and Gamers, Tim Pool, to Comic Artist Pro Secrets, to Paul Joseph Watson, to Alex Jones, to Mike Cernovich, to Jack Pasovic, to Jordan Peterson,
Like
to
ends
Dave
on
Rubin,
Ryan Kennel on the
to
as
Richard
the
Spencer, to Ben Shapiro, to Steve Bannon. Like they're saying Bannon's at the top of this funnel. And so I don't know if this was the article. I'm gonna have to find this history, because I thought it was funny, because it's funny how like they're so pissed by this, but then they did all this research and screenshots and fucking bubble diagrams. This is great, man. We're gonna have to do a deep dive just on these 3 articles by Writing Ripley. rewriting Ripley. That was funny, because I remember that was like a big thing of Ryan talking about, because it's like, this is a white supremacy pipeline.
They made it seem like he's the victim, the poor victim of these like right wing.
And look where we're at now. After that, then they get Alex Jones on, which Alex Jones is fine. He's funny. And he's had his moments of
They've been on Daily Wire.
And then they go Daily Wire, they go on InfoWars, they go on Tim Pool.
Eric July in the Blaze.
I've been thinking about this even before this. I've been thinking about how it's like, man, they were actually right in some regard. I haven't read the full article to, obviously I probably disagree with their analysis of why it's successful or the damage of all this, but yeah, they weren't wrong about this being a pipeline. It was reversed for me. I was watching Ben Shapiro and Dave Rubin, and then I kind of, with Star Wars, fell into the toxic man baby channels.
Yeah.
I went backwards. I lost white supremacy. I degraded my white supremacy content. That's just fucking hilarious.
A fake ass social media platform in Cuba with our tax dollars, flooded it with bot content about like sports and music and whatever, just to make it seem normal, then slowly started to manipulate the users and create political division on the app between Cuban citizens in order to create political chaos in this country and a potential uprising. So yeah, how dare we take money away from those starving undercover agents? To make things even more sus, the money we spent on Zunzaneo was publicly documented as an unnamed project in Pakistan. Yes, this fake-ass social media psyop they created in Cuba was documented by our government as being a project in Pakistan. Now, think of all the other weird shit USAid was supposedly funding. Those sex changes in Guatemala. Were they really sex changes in Guatemala? Or were they some covert psyop being done somewhere else in the world? I guess we'll never know.
That's what's kind of annoying too with this.
Social media
Like when it listed all those things that the money was funding, my brain was like, "Oh, of course they're trying to do that." But then it's like, that's probably not at all what they're doing either, though. That's just what they're saying that they're doing to please whatever people may somehow see it or something. Like, I don't know. There's always like a double whammy you got to look at with that stuff, I guess.
Yeah, it's again, yeah, any conflict, any like trend, even this gorilla thing might be some sort of government Trump psyop.
My monkey brain was instantly like seeing millions to gender change and those things. Huh, that's a stupid. Yeah, but it seems like they are trying to. That's where my brain was going. Then she's like, "Well, that's probably not even what they're doing."
See,
like, oh,
this is what I was talking to you yesterday
Oh,
about,
really
Rippy. I was talking to you yesterday, the day before, about this idea of it's like the YouTube terms of service. For just one example of like day to day, you never know what it is. We had like normalcy, you just do what you want, and they start cracking down, and it's like, oh, well, they're getting more legitimate focus, ads, whatever. It will be cleaner, family safe for better ad revenue from the advertisers. But then it just gets crazy, and you get the COVID propaganda, and like, hey, you can only say this, you can only say CDC approved, and then it's like people are getting struck for saying what is approved by the CDC.
You said some things that were incorrect, so you go down now.
They were taking down doctors, professionals who are practicing and giving their opinion about these patients coming in and like the trends and whatnot. And it's like they are on the ground statisticians in their practice.
Well, and before that, when Alex Jones got yeeted off of social media.
Yeah, and then Trump after that, a couple years later with the insurrection,
right,
the riot. It's just a fucking riot, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, all this is going on, and you never know. This is all purposeful to keep you in flux, to keep you distracted. You're focused on like, what are the rules? Got to walk on eggshells. It's just they want you to be unstable and just fearful, because fear comes from instability. Like,
it's funny because we see this sort of thing even like in movies and stuff that we watch. We see this exact sort of thing where like the government or the secret team like is manipulating the public or something. And we see that as a potential thing, and we even go, oh yeah, that's probably what they're doing. But like, I don't think we click it enough to like really affect us, because like with the monkey brain thing where she just pointed out and said, yes, there were millions to those things. I was like believing that instantly, and it's like, wait, why did I believe that instantly when I even know not to? It's like, I don't know. It's very easy to just get somebody thinking some way.
Yeah, I was thinking about sci-fi and how like no one was really making alien movies until the 50s. Someone was making like radioactive mega monsters till the 50s. And then they start putting out these alien movies. They make War of the Worlds. They make these weird giant octopus, like you see that clip in Godzilla. Godzilla, you know? And it's like, it's because the nuclear age is now upon us. So they're pushing out all this fear while we got the Cold War going on. And this reinforces, hey, it's a nuclear Holocaust drill. Get under your desk to avoid the bomb or whatever bullshit.
Godzilla is an anti-Godzilla drill.
You know, and then you fast forward 30 years, and now they're making movies about future travel, AI, sentient robots killing people. You know, like advanced automation, basically self-sufficient sentient automation. Aliens, you know, Predator,
a lot of zombies.
And then Blade Runner as well. You know, that was like way under the radar. And then I'm thinking about like Ex Machina. It's an AI movie, and look where we're at now. The movie Her is also an AI movie in a very different context. It's more of like a drama, romance, you know. But look where we're at now. You know, it's like we got like so many fake accounts on Tinder and Grindr and whatnot. And then we got ChatGPT, we got Midjourney, got Bing, got Grok. About 10 years after these two big AI films, you know, which like back then, maybe if you follow science, you're like, oh yeah, they're like working on that. I read a Scientific American article about these early rudimentary tests, you know, something like that. And now it's like a growing and growing reality. How are we going to implement it? You know, Disney, Coca-Cola, they're going to be using AI to make movies. Now it's a reality, you know.
Even before that, with the Matrix, the red pill and blue pill, and the like synthetic fake world to the real one or whatever. Like, yeah, I don't know if you remember the steak scene. He's like, yeah, I know this is not real.
I actually don't count. I actually don't count that. Like, I don't count that in this context, because ironically, that is a movie piercing the Matrix, because that's such a count. That is like, so again, fucking Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, like all these people will reference the Matrix as an idea. Whether they're talking about politics, gender, dating, whatever. This red pill idea, it permeates these different cliques that pop up on the internet for different reasons. this idea of like awakening to reality, the game they're playing to like keep you complacent.
Yeah. Makes me think about it even more because I remember like the red dress chick or whatever is like, she just spawns there to distract him from what he's doing. She's like, wait a second. Like, quit being distracted.
Yeah.
Like,
No, The Matrix, I think, is an organic, basically indie film that got major production. And
well, yeah, my point was that's what the movie talks about.
Sure. I feel like that is just like an actual organic thing that they didn't think would like influence the way it has.
No, I agree. I think this was a thought they thought of, and we're like, wow, wouldn't it be crazy if this was a thing?
Yeah, but it still permeates our consciousness. It's an instant sci-fi classic with the concept, and I think that's the glitch, that they even made that and allowed that, because that really underpins a lot of us in our conspiratorial like thought process of like questioning, hey, is this fake? Like 4chan just like went down. I don't know if it's back up or what, but it got like leaked and revealed that like half of its user base or posts are from Israel. And it's like an infamous like hey, here's a fucking mass shooter manifestos multiple times. It's been targeted by media to like try to censor it and take it down. And it turns out, this like Wild West unregulated internet source is actually Israeli mostly. And it's, this influencing factor, and that's ultimately just fake, That's what she made this before that got revealed. Like I'm waiting for now. I'm waiting for, having seen her depth to this, waiting for her to do the Israel 4chan video if she has the balls. Obviously, it's a touchy of a topic.
To divide the masses and create political division. You don't think? No, they wouldn't do that. I mean, it's kind of weird they asked the former founder of Twitter to help with this project, but no. They would only do social media psyops in other countries, right? Right? In March 2024, a document was exposed that revealed USAID was running covert psyops all around the internet in order to combat populist misinformation about the government on Twitch, Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, and 4chan. Although its internal justification was halting the flow of mis and disinformation, it seemed particularly concerned with malinformation, a concept it defines as speech that is factually correct but misleading, i.e., bothersome truths the US government would prefer the public does not know. USAID suggests directing the public toward mainstream corporate sources of information and psychologically inoculating them against inconvenient facts that challenge US power by pre-bunking information before people see it. Pre-bunking includes discrediting the brand, the credibility, and reputation of those making false allegations. In other words, a state-directed attack against alternative media and critics of the US government. So basically, USAID was funded—
Oh shit, Tim Pool just meeting with Netanyahu. All right, this guy that's always like hush hush and weird if you mention Israel on his streams. Under the guise like, whoa, YouTube, and then he's meeting with Netanyahu, and then it's like, hey, you weren't supposed to talk about that. And now he's at the White House as like a press person. This guy who's like generated this giant following and just happens to have turned kind of a Trumper recently when he was like, I'm like in the middle, bro. I just want to inform the people, maybe it's organic and then he got bought, or hey, I can't actually fight the systems, might as well join it. Like, it could be a factor of things, but that's just one instance of like a major alternative media guy that is now bought, This is crazy.
a bunch of dorks to go all around social media and be like, source every time someone criticizes the government. This is somehow more pathetic than when I used to use an alt account to defend myself on
Vito.
That is basically what our government was doing. Also, I like how this implies the people you called a Fed online might have actually been a Fed. There's a
Vito is a Fed. Team guy Vito. We got him. What the fuck are you doing, Ricky?
Nothing. What did you hear? Things?
No, I was just surprised getting like no feedback from you. Like not like accidental, but you talking at all.
Yeah, that one covered. So
a chance that you may have fought with a federal agent, a USAID federal agent on Twitter or 4chan. This also implies that like streamers and social media influencers, may have been funded by USAID. But who? Who among us? Who would be willing to unquestionably, enthusiastically suck establishment cock that hard?
For all the bad stuff America does around the world, USAID was just an organization that did a lot of nice things. Like they put a lot of money into efforts to help people in a variety of ways, like both materially and culturally. It's just like a nice way for the United States to have a positive presence around the world.
For the record, I do not actually believe Destiny is being funded by USAID. I just thought that transition was funny. I fucking love that quote though. USAID was just a nice organization that did a lot of nice things, like culturally help people around the world. Culturally help people? Why are we in the business of cultural imperialism? Why do we have to culturally enrich Latin America or the fucking Balkans? So not only are we the world police, but we are now the world HR department? No thank you. Why are we spending billions of dollars doing fuck-ass shit in other countries while ours crumbles? I don't care about teaching gender studies to Ugandans. The pothole in front of my house hasn't been—
Well, the why is... I hate this term because of the connotation it brings, but New World Order, trying to make like a one system. That is the goal here. So you think the government actually wants everyone to like chop their balls off, be transgender, cut their tits off? No, these are freaks to further the cause right now of destabilizing. They want a world government. They want a unigovernment around the whole globe. Global
goobacks.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, like, yeah, gooback, as funny as it is as a joke, it really is like a profound concept that like really cements the idea of like, why are they doing this, man? Why are they going after whites and why do they hate men and straights? And it's like, these are just means to an end. All you gotta do is look at October 7th. Look at all the people that owned everything. They're all Democrat. They're all liberal. Time Magazine, owned by a Jewish guy since like 2018, and like whatever company it's under, but they're the people putting out the article of like, yeah, we rigged the election for democracy. You know, they admitted coordinating all these companies and big people, movers and shakers, to undermine Trump and thus the election. And then now, I think this year, Trump is man of the year, person of the year on Time Magazine. Not weird at all. Not weird at all. A fucking hill turn by all these people. Bezos is getting in line. Zuckerberg is getting in line. You know, and no one's like questioning it because like, yeah, we're on Team Trump. It's like, this is a fucking gay op. Look at who bought him. 80% of Trump funding in 2016 was grassroots, $500 or less. I think $200 or less. The donations he got. So they're talking about little people, the regular Joes. And then I think now it's over 50% was like millionaires and billionaires backing Trump. So you should open your eyes.
Filled in 3 years. These are my taxes, and I believe my taxes should go to help people in my country. I don't think that's controversial to say. And I know many conservatives agree with me. I'll always hear them say, we can't be spending money in Ukraine. We have to take care of our own. And then they just don't take care of their own because that's socialism or communism or something. Listen, do you actually want to take care of your own? Do you actually want your taxes to go towards helping the poor and sick and families in this country? Are you actually America first, or are you corpos and foreign countries first? I'm more than happy to work with you on good things to fix this country. But I don't think the establishment GOP is.
You don't want able-bodied workers on a program that is intended, for example, for single mothers with 2 small children who's just trying to make it. That's what Medicaid is for, not for 29-year-old males sitting on their couches playing video games. We're going to find those guys and we're going to send them back to work.
First of all, Medicaid is for anyone who needs it, period. And second,
oh, pull up, Godfo. Hey, if you want the link, I'll DM it. Regardless if you answer before I send it. Fuck you. If you didn't see it already, I was critiquing your critique, as it were, of your post, your interaction with old Sturgy, Renowned Zero. You know, you can go back and watch it and hear our commentary. I think we did pretty good offhand, despite our tangents that were somewhat applicable. But you know, let me get you that link if you're up and want a chitty chat. What fuck? Sorry, I'm just trying to mind my notifications. There we go. Where are you, Godfo? There you are. Boom, 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 boom. I've been thinking about the Black Eyed Peas recently, Rookie. I keep forgetting to like download a couple of their tracks on my phone. But yeah, what's up, Backy? We're reacting again to a Shoe0nHead. This time, me and Rookie together in harmony, ebony and ivory, as it is. Yeah, Danny boy, Dan Sheckelwitz, my friend.
You guys hear me all right?
Yeah. Isn't it a little past your bedtime there, sport?
Yeah, I had a phone call for work later tonight, so I'm a little up. And then you were like, "Pull up," so I was like, "All right, pull up."
I didn't actually invite the pull up. I don't mind it at all. I love Dan.
So what's up?
Oh yeah, well we already went through your thread about.
Did you do the lisp?
Of some of it, and then I got distracted.
Of course you did.
I had to. It did it now that I know you enough from interacting where it's like I know he's not that like faggot like that, but it in the context and all the history of like comics gay and the players that be with this EJ with this Rippaverse commentary. I know enough history, been here long enough where it's like I really feel like you're missing context.
I'm just bored.
But you don't detract. You don't really. You just till now you're not counter detracting. So you just have been an observer and seemingly agreeable on the commentary, at least with me and Rookie. And so it's kind of funny to see. And then it's like, oh no, Sturgis. Fucking Renowned is hopping in. I mean, hey, I don't blame you trying to hustle and
I don't know who that is.
Network. Oh, he's like a famous Rippaverse retard.
Oh, okay.
I meant to when we're showing.
He's a Neanderthal back.
Yeah, he's a total fucking retard, Rippa shill. He's always making these thumbnails of I think it's a Grand Theft Auto picture of like a guy holding a dog, but he's always putting like EVS's face on it and then peanut butter on his crotch, and it'll put whoever the topic is as like his dog. It's a lot of his thumbnails.
That's a lot of explanation. Like you kind of lost me.
He's a total. He's like a mini law cow in this whole saga of the Rippaverse. So we enjoy and we get a kick out of him. He's a total retard. He's a guy. He's always like every stream he'll open whatever campaign he's interested in and go to a Rippaverse. He'll like have the page up and like, hey, I'm Renowned Zero, blah blah, and then he'll like just be like, yeah, this book is at this and that and funding. And then when you're like, oh, look how low the funding is now for Rippaverse, look how low it's fallen, and it's like, oh, you pocket watch another man's pocket, but then he literally starts every stream or video pocket watching it positively, or he'll like insult you for your physicality and be like, I'm so strong, I can outdo you, I'm better than you, I'm successful, all this like that Cope character in SNL where it's like, darn it, you're good enough. Like,
oh, and people like you.
Yeah, that guy. So he literally talks like that unironically. And then when you're like, you're ugly, he's like, you're homosexual, judging another man's looks. And it's like, what is this? And it's like, you think maybe it's engagement trolling, but it's like, no, this guy's retarded. He actually, this is not ironic. It's not a joke. He really like thinks he's like a hood nigga, basically. He's obviously, from my view, like a wannabe nig. That's like Eric's his father figure, you know. So we have fun with him. He's funny. He's well known in the detractor space. I don't have
time for all this, man.
I know. And it's just I think some of your points are real informed because the big thing.
You want to go through them? That's fine.
A big thing. My big point, like just spur of the moment, because I started reading that thread and I'm like, holy shit, this is the topic, Rookie. I got to stop reading so I can react to it like fresh.
Oh, you're welcome.
So most of that was that's why the thumbnail is like detractor inception, because the idea is detracting, detractor, or non-detractors detracting. Like
Oh, I mean, I'll just say my opinion. Like, I mean, I made no qualms about it. I mean, I think the Rippaverse books are lame. I read Isom 1, 2, and Yaira, and I don't think they're good. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna rip. I don't know people, so I'm not gonna rip them. But I guess that's my thing. Is like, I think what we've done. So many people have built an ecosystem around, like Eric July, and there's better things to build around.
Okay, so I don't. This is why, like, even though it's like, I can do a lispy voice, mock this thread in parts, but even in that, I'm like, no, Dan's not like that. I'm giving you credit, but
Yeah,
you're
I got
newer.
that low Southern ignorant voice.
You're no, not even that. Like, you're newer to this space, and you miss a lot because you got a life outside of trying to sell your comics and interact with comic people and network. And you see it in your Twitter feed. Some days you'll be like, boom, boom, boom. Wow, Dan's really active. And then it's like a week goes by, I see like one post of you.
Yeah, it depends on how work is going.
Yeah. And so I think what you really miss is like the history of why there's an ecosystem to do this. So you got people like EVS, who is from DC, has, you could say, credibility to even make this his channel. In the root of how it started, he was an art draw channel mostly, from what I understand, and then he started networking after his fall at DC with Richard Meyer and the World Class Bullshitters, created the High Council, and so a lot of his fandom is YouTube based. It's topical. It's from Star Wars coverage. It's from like laughing at SJWs, laughing at Captain Marvel, like all these woke hits of yesteryear, and of course, networking as a successful indie comic creator and promoting people. And so you got all this history of people fucking backstabbing him. So basically, everything with Eric feels like a big backstab, because Eric's this guy who has like a creative history with music. But it didn't really pan out, obviously, because it wasn't worth sticking to. And
oh yeah, music doesn't pay, believe me.
Sure, but then he pivots to being like full-time YouTuber, and it's working, especially with COVID and woke shit and libertarian commentary. And he's black. That's a big thing. He's in a conservative. He wants to pivot and be like, I'm a anarcho-cap. He wants like specificity arbitrarily, but he's in a conservative space. All of his networking buddies are conservatives or directly Trump or Republicans, and that intermingles with Comicsgate, with EVS, especially when he's networking and they're helping sell his book, and he's a first-time creator in that space. So you're talking about like an ecosystem of multi-platform personalities in various ways, and just like topical fucking chowderheads like Yellow Flash or whoever, and it's all this big like amalgamation. So you got this like e-drama stuff, but it's tied to them making art or products in Eric's case. And so I think that's like a big log in your eye, basically, in your commentaries. Like there is legitimate spectrum of commentary to have about Eric, especially with fans. And then there's the customer base that is vocal on YouTube that want to follow EVS. I want him to comment on this stuff. And so he's servicing them a product. Right. Because he's multi-dimensional.
Yeah, like, hold on, I'm confused. Maybe it's because I'm tired. If I sound tired, I'm sorry. I am up late. I don't care about EVS. Like that's not who I was talking about. Like there's just this whole. All I see is
he's the root of like.
Well, I don't follow EVS, and it's nothing personal. I don't follow like a ton of comic dudes. Like if I'm just like don't know them and I can't interact with them, I just don't follow them. Like. I think I might follow Doug Tenaple, but I know who that is. But I don't. If I'm not going to communicate with people, I don't follow. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I get it. I'll get to you, Brian.
I guess I don't really care. To me, it's just boring. Like I don't think Eric July is that interesting of a guy.
No, well, that's the thing too. Is like you're talking about people that you got intermingling fan bases, where it's like, yeah, he's got like 3 times the sub count of EVS doing Trashcast and Eric commentary, being kind of the focal point of commentary around Eric. But a lot of those people that are in that chat were initial backers of ISOM 1 and or 2. They were believers.
Pour one out for them.
They're believers in like what Eric sold, the idea. And I think a big success of Eric is not just like, well, he's a black peacock in this white conservative space, but the idea of like, it's not just, hey, I'm in the mix, I want to sell a book, and you're like, hey, I want to make my own thing, make my own company, I'm gonna put my money where my mouth is, I've saved up, I'm like going full in, all the chips are on the table. That's like the spirit. And so just like Richard Meyer popping up being like a war cry against Mark Waid and Marvel, DC woke comics and their gatekeeping, this was like another wave of that, I think. And I think even more so. And so a lot of people feel betrayed. For me, my resolve against Eric is like,
yours is from God though, right?
Well, yeah, it is God based. I am directed by God to detract, and that's why I am objective. I try to be as objective and honest as possible. I even give them props. Like, that's actually a cool concept. That's watch my reaction to
I mean
Rippaverse. I'm like, that
book
sounds cool. It probably
that's why I even tagged you like in the comic promo thing. Like I know you detract a lot, but I do feel like you actually appreciate art.
Yeah, no,
that's why we talk.
But no, I like, even though it's funny to like do this like God thing that the Rippatards keep alive, actually.
Which that's actually part of the fuel for detractors, though. It's not just detracting Eric and stuff. It's like the reactions to stuff that he does, and that or reactions to what other people do. It all causes a lot of just funny back and forth.
I guess that's just what's weird to me is like the guy you were talking about, like defenders of Eric Jalal. I mean, I just don't know how you build a platform around that. I don't know how you build a platform around like ripping the dude or defending the dude. It's like there's just so much more interesting thing. Like I want to hear Black Angus talk about like the Roman Empire. Like,
yeah, well, no, I agree. That's why I wasn't sure who you were talking about in your thread, though. If you're talking about EVS or Dick Masterson.
No, I'm not passive aggressive. Like it's just I see it everywhere. Like I'm in like group chats apparently, and like my timeline is just Eric Gillette. I'm like, man, why comic people have made this dude the apex predator of indie comics? Like he gets
that line.
Yeah,
I was talking to Ricky. I was like, yeah, apex predator. That's hilarious because
if you change that, the whole thing collapses.
Well, no, it's like if he, if you want to deem him an apex, I'm not saying you, but just collectively, if you want to think about it, deem him like he's this apex predator, it's like, yeah, 3.7 million on an indie campaign, get on Fox News, The Blaze, New York Post sharing it, getting like major awareness on a comic book, that is apex predator. That's like top of the indie space, and to see him be defanged by his own hubris repeatedly, that's like part of the spectacle and interest. And it's like there's so many ways he could learn from us giving honest feedback, and then it's just thrown in our face. And so then it like just fuels people like, dude, I'm like, hey, your book sucks. My whole thing is with the like fervor to back Eric when he started. It didn't matter if the books are good. It's bigger than that. It was a vote of confidence. Like, hey, actually, people might be mad, but it's okay if you suck. As long as you see progression, as long as you see like good faith in your growth as an artist and getting feedback from your customer base. We want this to succeed as one of many arrows in our quiver against the corporate woke media, So I think that's like a lot of the fervor. There's so many angles here because so many people got a different history with him. I've always been a counter to him with his political takes. I just always had a gut feeling like libertarians, that's wrong.
Yeah, libertarianism is lame.
And it's only gotten worse now as far as my resolve against it. I really think it's not just like, oh, hey, yeah, I'll joke about like, hey, libertarian is all from like Jews, especially his anarcho-capitalism. The whole basis of law should be money. And the ultimate counter to that is like, okay, so how do you regulate child porn? Because
there's no moral foundation.
There's no moral foundation. All right. If it's all about money and you're like, get rid of child labor laws. All right. So now pornography. Now you can have child porn stars. Oh, wait. Oh, now you're going to be moral about that? Like, how does that work? Because your whole system is immoral or unmoral, not immoral, but unmoral. So how do you arbitrarily inject that? And that's like a huge Achilles heel. It's like, oh, that's an extreme. Like, yeah, that's kind of how you like workshop ideas. You go like, what? How can I tear it apart like a game tester? You know, and that's like a huge idea, and that spills on to more subtle issues. But you know,
I guess I just lament the fact that there's not apparently indie comics that people feel the need to really talk about. Like that's a sad.
I kind of got that sentiment toward the end. We're talking about art in it because it's like, there's not that many people going this one comic. Where like most people across the board are not saying this comic book is freaking awesome. Look at the pages. Look at who made this. Look at what it's inspired by. Look at what was accomplished here or there. Like, that's rarely something discussed with people.
So my thing is like, so then it just defaults back to Eric July, and it's like I'm tired of hearing about Eric.
You probably see his name brought up the most, and so it's like annoying to see it all the time.
Yeah, people can do whatever they want. I didn't even take a moral argument with it because I didn't see the point of that. It's just like me personally, I just find it lame. I'm bored with it.
No, I understand. Yeah. I feel that way with a lot of things that get brought up all the time. I'm like, oh my God, shut up about this topic. Come on. Like,
see, it's funny. You think we could progress, but then like people put their heels in the sand. I had this stream like last year, the year before with Abomination AJ being like a Rippa defender, but then the things he's defending are like half truths. Not that he was being disingenuous or a liar, but he had a speck of the information, and it's like, you know, and he's even like, I don't know about that, or I know. It's like, how are you? This is why, like me and Ricky trying to be moderators of this argument, but we're having to take one side because, like, dude, you're just wrong. Like, here's the black and white. Like, this is why I'm on this side, you know? And that's what gets funny. This is how it keeps going. And there's like this weird. Ultimately, like, I feel I'm on the right side because we laugh at ourselves. Well, yeah, God as well, but we laugh at ourselves. We're self-critical. We're willing to compare. We're willing to say names. You know, they're like this weird hush, just like Voldemort to everything, and
you don't want to get on somebody's bad side, so you don't want to say anything.
Yeah, and it's all this kind of.
Oh man, I'll say whatever.
This is like this goes back to like long time. Me and Rookie with the YouTube interactions, where it's like, yeah, when money and fame potential gets, you see all these zeros.
Yeah, people start self-censoring, and that's
it was at first like, let's all speak the truth, let's work together and stuff, and then there's some money prospect in mind, or like somebody influential they can get near. Well, I'm not going to talk about this, or I can't be associated with you, and whatever.
See, that's especially what I don't like is when people are like, like this person, I can't associate with them because someone said something or whatever. Like I don't dig that. I'm going to talk to whoever I want to talk to. Like,
yeah, like one of my favorite writers with my limited knowledge of comics, I really love Donny Cates. And not because of Venom. I've barely read his Venom run, but ironically, it's called God's Country.
That's funny. What up, Skullface?
Sorry, God Country.
Comic stream.
Yeah, Donny Cates. This and Superman for All Seasons are the two books thus far in my life that have made me like tear up. Because I never expect to read a comic and be like, "Fuck," but like this really hit.
But see, that's what I'm saying though. You should expect that, and we don't get that, so the conversation goes back to Eric July.
Yeah, well, I mean, part of it, I guess,
I think he fills a vacuum of comics not being good.
That could be part of the case. Part of it for me,
Well,
I guess.
No, you're definitely right about that. Because me and Rookie are like, I don't know how to review because like the reviews I see when I buy these books, I look at other reviews and they're just like, hey, it came and it's got picture. It's kind of like the Rippaverse reviews.
Why are you describing my mother?
Drawn.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, you know, so there's probably 3 or 4 Comicsgate books where I'm like, fuck, that was like shit. Well, Cyberfrog 1. Magic Cop I think is really awesome, even though there's, you know, the Diaz brothers are, I guess, are Dungeoneers. They're kind of anti-CG sort of, I guess. I like
Nuts brothers.
Diaz brothers. And Chris Fisk, Infinitel Chronicles. Like those are the 3 I've had the chance to back and read, and I was like, fuck. And of course Cyberfrog 1. And I've said, like I said earlier in the stream, Cyberfrog 2 is a huge fucking narrative letdown for me. It's obviously beautiful art, amazing Kyle Ritter and EBS together, but narratively it just feels like, oh, what I was expecting felt like really cosmic and thoughtful, and then we're going to like DC slop, like there's an invasion, there's like catty talking wasps. Okay, like and I like EVS's humor. I love him as like a creator, love his art, but I'm just like, fuck man, Cyberpunk 2. It's just
I feel like part of it also
Let
isn't
down.
just about whether comics are good or bad in the indie sphere. It's like I feel like a lot of the YouTubers so I don't know. Every time I listen to people talk about comics, it's rarely engaging to me or interesting. It really depends. Like sometimes when EBS goes into like what inspired him to do something, as he's looking at a page that he made or something, that's interesting to listen to. But most of the time when I hear people talk about their comic, it's not that interesting. They're just kind of like, yeah, made it and trying to raise some money for this and drawing this. I don't know. It just seems to not be that interesting or engaging on its own. At least some of the ones that I've heard. But there's also like hundreds of channels that talk about stuff, so it's hard to like figure out which ones are actually entertaining. So when you get to the trash cast and area over here with stuff, there's always something crazy going on, I guess. So it's they'll share something from somewhere, give shout out some people at super chat shout out comics as well and stuff. So there's
1 minute. Let me say hi to the chat. So we got Brian Chrisgow of Six Gun Gorilla. It says, hey, what'd you think of Six Gun Gorilla? Dude, I'm so far behind reading shit. I started reading your series. I think I read 2 or 3 issues, and then Life, and then other stuff. And I'm a movie guy, so even though I got lots of comics, I'm so far behind reading so much of what I own. So I do like what I've read. I do plan to get to it, and I can't wait to get the new volume that I backed on from my comic. So yeah, I like it. That's like, I don't have the full story yet, so I can't really give commentary appropriately, but good progression. Interesting. From the get-go, AVS's criticism after like being trash cast and your mail-in birthday shit, I don't know if I buy it. Obviously he has an incentive to neg you as like a sort of unpersoned in CG, I guess, by him. I don't know what to deem that, that interaction or what your stance is in CG. So that's why I'm like, how do I walk through this sentence? But no, Six Gun Gorilla is pretty cool already. I love like Westerns when they're good. So, but he's saying hi to Dan. Eric loved my book, but so did Evan. Rome can gargle Aminius's balls. I don't know who Aminius is. Stoney says, if a work is good, it can speak for itself. Breaking down all the things wrong with something is a more involved process. Yeah, like Rookie gave Avatar 2 like 5 out of 10, but when we got to the theater, he still can gush over it and talk all these cool things, but he's like, yeah, 5 out of 10. And I'm like, dude, this is like a 9. This is amazing. I love it. And we get very varying rankings despite that. But yeah, like Terminator 1 and 2 classics. I hadn't seen Terminator since I was a kid, so I watch it fresh and I'm like, this is a retarded series. Like the plot eats itself in the first movie, because like, how could your dad from the future make you in the past? Like,
yeah, a paradox.
Yeah, it's already retarded, but
that's pretty much the like main flaw with that one, and that's an admitted flaw, I think, by the director. Even he's like, yeah, I know, but still.
Yeah, dude, Avatar 2 bringing back Stephen Lang's character as a Na'vi, like that was totally out of their ass. The elephant juice is out of their ass, but fuck, what a great, like, yeah, I'm totally ham-fisting an excuse to bring him back. I'll allow it, So yeah, even when you're like tearing stuff apart, like here's the flaws, that's a dumb thing, still can be super enjoyable, super good. So
well, but I guess I would say that even if it works good, I feel like it's not just easy that it speaks for itself, because I think it takes some work for some people to actually get into it, because if you ask the average person why something's good, they won't know. They'll be like, what'd you like about the about the movie?
I think that's fine though. I mean, I think art, and Angus is probably gonna laugh at this, and that's what makes it funnier to say. I think art is like for the heart, like for the soul. I don't think it's for the mind. I think if art has to make you think, it's probably not great. I think it should make you feel.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know why you
guess
prefaced
thought we
that
were
like I was
referring
going to
to
laugh at you. I'm like, when I said these are the two comics that have made me like tear up because
Yeah.
it was just like so. It's not to say that other comics I've read haven't been well written, but like I never expected like such an emotional depth to that art form.
What other
right?
comics have made you pull up?
I can't think of. Oh well, Contract with God. I read that because of the commentary of Frank Miller on Dark Knight Returns movie.
Yeah.
And so obviously I read the books. I bought like the book DVD pack, and then I watched the commentary, and he's talking about Contract with God by Eisner, Will Eisner. And you know, I haven't read this third book, but the first two of like the trilogy, fuck, dude, those are amazing. It's crazy that they came out in the 70s. You know, so that's like a big one. I can like I tell people like, hey, Frank Miller, this is inspirational for him, so you should probably fucking read it. Watchmen, I haven't read in like 5 or 6 years, but that was obviously a cool read. I love Snyder's Watchmen.
I do too.
But yeah, like I'm a movie guy, you know, so there's movies that just like wreck me, dude.
Did you watch Kingdom of Heaven, like the director's cut?
I've watched it recently, but it just I wasn't really mentally involved. I saw it as a kid in theaters, loved it because it's Sword and Sandal, you know. But
I'm doing a comic on King Baldwin.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a medieval guy. I'm like a Roman Greek guy. So that's
Yeah.
like the game Crusader Kings is like, you know, mainly I look into religions because I'll find these weird like
Oh yeah, I love those
heresy-
talks with you.
I'll find these weird heresy Christianities in the game. So then I start investigating.
Like
Or
Gnosticism and Judaism
fall
and all that.
Yeah, I'll fall into them with that channel I sent you, the Center Place.
Yeah.
Which is an infuriating as a non-Christian. I'm like infuriated by some of his takes. Not that
Okay.
he's addressing heresies and he's kind of like dismissive or like he doesn't have this like boogeyman feel talking
Yeah.
about it. You know, even addressed like, oh, you know, other people wouldn't talk about this. But he would, one of the streams I watched, he was talking about like his denomination and the shortcomings of his denomination, like clerically or administratively, with their like rules. And it's like, oh, you know, basically cohabitation in the priesthood of his denomination.
No breathing.
LGBT. I'm almost like, why are you Christian at all? Like, yeah, I get the Old Testament kind of is like undone, basically, more or less. You know, that can feed a lot of like variance in denominations, but it
Well,
seems just
like
non-Jesus to like have some of these points. And so it's like it's crazy
I mean-
that like, why are you a preacher in Christianity?
I mean, that's been a problem since the first century. I mean, that's what half of the New Testament is Paul like ripping into heretics.
I fucking hate Paul. I know he's like half the New Testament, but like when I was an acolyte in church and I would read, it's like my day to read the Old New Testament and the Psalms. Every time you like letter from Paul, he's like brothers and sisters. It's like what a fucking pompous faggot. Like the way he's written seems so self-important. And then I'm finding stuff I haven't read it into it, but I'm finding stuff where it's like, was Paul a heretic? And I'm like, whoa, that's a crazy idea.
I've gone down those roads, and the logic is so flawed in those arguments. You can't have the New Testament without Paul. But here's the thing, though. I get your frustration with his writing style. I studied it for because I did an epistle for Apollyon 1. I did like a letter in the epistle style, and I was able to adapt that language because like he writes very strange. He writes like forward and backwards. He repeats himself a lot, but he always adds a layer on top of it. Like Paul's writing, if you study it just from a writing perspective, is awful. And then it makes sense. It's almost like who's that guy? Like William Faulkner.
I know the name, I don't know what he's saying.
He did As I Lay Dying. Like I'm not saying their styles are similar, but I'm saying like the way.
Is he a poet?
Nah, he may have done some, but I know he was a prose writer. But like his prose writing is so weird. It's like you have to read it like 3 or 4 times to get like what's happening. It's almost like impressionistic, and that's how Paul writes.
Yeah. Anyway, that tangent.
You're right, Bucky. No, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've just decided to embrace like whatever comes in my head and throw it out on the internet because I don't mind,
bro.
Stupid or
It's
anything.
funny you
know?
said that. It's funny you
Yeah.
said. I'm gonna, instead of just sending it to you, wait for. I got you here now. So I
Hey.
sent this to Rookie, and I got my feedback. Rookie sucks.
I'm gonna start reading comments in your list, boys. To be fair about Paul's self-importance, see what?
So, okay. So I read in like this, giant fucking stack of volumes I've collected over the years, like cheaply from stores. I'm like, let me start trying to knock some of these out, And so I grabbed one. I'm like, oh, what's that title? Kill or Be Killed. And it's like Ed Brubaker. And I'm like, fuck, I've read a couple Ed Brubaker, like indie crime stuff. So I'm like, fuck yeah. And I start reading it. And it's like this, basically, it's this Punisher type character. And then he's like, I got to explain how I got here. And so he's like, I was going to kill myself. And he's like, oh shit, I got to go further. You got to know why I wanted to kill myself. So then he like takes you further back. And he starts giving you like where he's at in this life to get to want to kill himself. And then that is the epiphany of like, I'm gonna live, and he has like a Spider-Man fall where he like gets caught on clotheslines in the alley and the snow catches him. But then like a demon's like, hey, you owe me a life or I'm gonna take yours. And so he's like, yeah, right, whatever. I'm hallucinating. And then it breaks his arm. So he's like, fuck. And so he's like, maybe that was real. And so he basically starts becoming a Punisher without any military, police, martial arts background, without any gun background. And so he's like literally like working out how to do this. And so it's a 20 issue series. And I was looking up on Grok, hey, what movies are in the vein of this comic? And Grok is like really good AI and gave me like a top 10 list and a couple of my own or have seen, but it recommended number 2 after Drive. It recommended Killing Them Softly, a Brad Pitt movie based on the 70s.
I know that one. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I watched it and it was just refreshing. Even though I love Marvel, love the idea of DC as a universe, even though they suck. But it's nice to just watch a real film where it's just people and people things and it's a realistic plot.
Yeah.
And no crazy car shit like Fast and Furious, just a people movie. And I'm like, shit, so just got the wheels turning. So I want to read you this prompt I have and see what you think of like where the story
is. Sexy female Squidward.
I didn't make that. I saw that and reshared it because it was like perfect with my name change.
That comment was legit. As soon as I saw that picture, I was like, it's fucking Angus, isn't it? I scrolled up and your name was changed. Like, okay, it is Angus.
All right, so this is the story idea. I say 2 thugs case a modest suburban home. Only one man apparently living there. Works long hours into the night. When they break in, the man wanders in much earlier than anticipated. Oh, the man wanders in. Sorry, the way I wrote that was weird. When they're breaking in, the man wanders in earlier than they anticipate. When they go to take his wallet, he tries to get his rent money. After they refuse giving him his rent money, he pleads with them to let him have it. They still refuse, and he asks them to at least hit or batter him in some way to make it believable so the landlord and the cops will better believe he's not conning them. They still refuse, so the man gropes one of them and tries to kiss him, resulting in an actual assault. Turns out the renter is a lawyer, estranged from his wife and kids. And he's in like this strange state. So that's like the just initial kind of people plot. And I'm like, fuck, I think this could be a cool idea if I do like a Tarantino, like chopped up timeline where you get, or like Memento, where you further and further you get new little tidbits before a tidbit you get,
Yeah.
So I got the, unexpectedly I got the Meth Gator is an unexpected idea. It was just like on accident from like a random YouTube video talking about it. And I'm like, Meth Gator. I had this Killer Croc kind of picture in my head. I'm like, what's the science? And then once I figured out the science explanation, that made it a real idea. And so that's why I'm trying to make Meth Gator.
Have you seen Frailty with Matthew McConaughey?
No, I know the name though.
That is a movie about this guy goes to talk to the cops about his brother, who he says is the serial killer they're looking for. And he tells his like life story of how like when him and his brother were kids, his dad just started killing people and burying them in like their backyard because he believed that they had demons in them, and it just falls apart from there. It's awesome. Like, I don't want to spoil the ending for you, but I think you'd really like it.
Sounds like a job for Blood Ruth.
Did that come out?
Yeah, I actually have. I haven't, dude. I'm with you in some capacity about the Rippaverse.
In spirit and with your spirit.
The actual content is just uninteresting. Like I've had Yaira 2 and Blood Ruth for a while, and I've not even cracked open Blood Ruth. I've read like 10 pages of Yaira, and I'm like, dude, this is so fucking retarded. Like, and it's written so like, you know how like,
so stop giving him attention.
No. You know how Spider-Man, he has a stint early on where it's like, hey, I might join the Fantastic Four, and they're like, fuck off. Classic, you know.
Yeah,
they were like, hey, the Kid Wonder Spider-Man. Yeah, he's not joining. It's like, yeah, iconic. And then Miss Marvel, Kamala Khan, pops up, and then they like, yeah, join. It just everyone is gushing for her, you know.
Yeah,
there's that spirit with Yaira in the second book, with like the normie world aware of her, just like, oh my god, where did you get that? What designer is that dress, Yaira? Like. And it's like only women talking to her. It's just like, it's funny because like this is why you don't fucking hire women in this male space, because they're stupid. Yeah. You know, like
my thing is like if I saw those books at the local comic shop, I just wouldn't buy them.
They're gonna say local Goodwill.
Yeah, that too. Because like, I don't buy most comics. Like I'll go to a local store and I'm like, none of these comics look good. Like some of them like can be okay. Like I picked up Gargoyle of Gotham was good.
Sorry, what was good?
Gargoyle of Gotham, Batman Gargoyle of Gotham.
Huh. That's different from Gaslight by Gotham.
Yeah, it's okay. Raphael Grandpa, however you say his name.
Huh.
And it's
I think I saw you tweet about that or something. Yeah.
I really can't read on screens. I mean, I appreciate you sending that link. I wasn't just making a joke. I can't read comics on screen.
I am very pro stealing comics. Like I buy Rippaverse. I buy Rippaverse because it's like no. In this capacity, like I'm gonna put my money in this, like because it's not going to matter. Like it's funny. There's a famous Ripper Goalpost clip he did of.
See, I don't know who that is. I know that name and I see him on Twitter, but I don't know.
You shared him today.
Oh, did I? I don't know. Is he for Rippa? Is he not? I don't know.
He feels like a double agent, honestly. He feels like it feels like when he tweets that he's aware of detracting, not just clipping detracting, but like the tone feels like actually mocking the fan base that he's built of being a Rippa shill. But it feels, because he'll be in chats with me and EVS sometimes, and he's like, oh, Yaira is like a hit. It's good. The next one's gonna be 2 million, 5 million. Like
it's a bit.
It's a total bit. And so I think he's gaslighting the Rippatards. And we're all kind of aware of like the way he will tweet. And it's like, yeah, okay. But anyway, he clipped me one time where I'm like, you can't, I was like, you can't fucking stop me from critiquing your books, Eric. I'm gonna buy every fucking one and review it. And they share it, and then all these Rippatards are like, oh, should we tell him the problem with his plan? And they think like I'm not aware of how funny that is. That I'm like, I'm gonna take you down, Eric. I'm gonna buy all your books and review them. And like, no, the review will feed the ecosystem of like diminishing returns, because I'm going to
I've
tear the book apart.
I've memed that word into existence now. The ecosystem.
I guess you've incepted it. The detracting inception is backfired, I guess. I'm wearing my detractor hat. If you don't know,
think I said anything too controversial at all.
This is my detractor hat. When I was looking up an ISOM hat, dude, this is why it's ISOM like maybe Bros God Angus did send me, because I found the ISOM Bros Angus hat.
You know, Angus,
perfect hat.
The devil may also deal in serendipity.
I'm fine with that.
I like Bucky, man. I catch
Tomatoes,
Bucky in so
potatoes.
many. I catch Bucky in so many chats, and he always has something cool to say.
Becky's awesome. But yeah, I don't know if Skullface was mocking us.
That's
tongue in
fine.
cheek, but
Skull. If it's the same guy on Twitter, he's funny. I like.
yeah,
him.
no, I follow him. I think I follow him.
I follow a guy named Skeletor, and they have almost the same profile picture, and I get them confused.
But yes, Stony says, Angus, it sounds like Rick is just burning on comics from overexposure, to be honest.
That makes sense.
Comics tubing, says Skullface, is tough. There's a lot of channels and a small audience. No surprise. Yeah, comics are niche. And so when people cry and be like, oh, this is turning me off from any of it, the same amount of people or more are going to like tune in. Like Alex Stein's like, what? This was Trash Cast? Whoa. You know, and obviously he's just a fucking grifter. Like, wow, he's getting a lot of super chats, you know. So he's like, he's a merchant of a certain type, you know.
Greco-Roman.
Sure. I mean, those people did take a certain area of a certain tribe, but
I get that. I mean, I'm burned out on comics for the most part. I mean, when I'm not writing them, I'm usually not reading them.
See, I'm opposite. I'm trying to invest in them.
My point was a lot of the commentary from people that make some of them don't sound very interesting. They sound kind of bored.
No, that's actually that's very true.
Most
comics aren't that interesting.
What was that?
Most comics aren't that interesting.
Yeah, see, that's why we detract, because my whole thing is like, yeah, aside from whatever popularity I might can build, being a detractor, getting clipped, whatever, the real drive for me, regardless if anyone's watching, is that this is a space for amateurs to try to like circumvent the pipeline to be allowed in to do this. And so it's very kind of Snyderverse, the like fervor of the Snyderverse, or at least the Snyder Cut. I love that idea. I love indie creating ideas, you know, and trying to empower the creator versus like corporations. So, you know, Eric coming into the space and basically like stealing from it for his greed, making dog shit under the illusion that if he's like this real fan and blah, 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 when obviously the more and more we get from him, it's very obvious this is just a long-term cash grab. These are pay pigs, and unexpectedly, this is like crashing way quicker than you'd expect because he's already been found out. And a lot of it's like him revealing himself. And so I think a charlatan should be found out. And, you know, unfortunately, you get like a channel with big numbers. People are just going to kind of like just instantly be blinded by that and give it legitimacy. And you got to fight that, because it sets a standard that this is okay to allow.
Angus is taking all the way to go. You see, Dan, I was bored. I engage in my vices because I'm bored.
Not at all. Like, I'm very legitimately passionate about, you know, like, we got to gatekeep grifters as best as possible and expose them when they slip through the cracks, like Eric. So it's not just Eric, it's the precedent he can set, you know. So Yellow Flash crashing barely, he's funding, he's making maybe 100K, which is like huge for an average amateur creator, but it's a huge crash and burn for obviously what he was expecting to be like some star YouTuber with an established star YouTuber. It's already got a infrastructure built. So he's got easy pay pig access. And it's just all this time, all this effort to just get crumbs now. You know?
I saw someone post the two, like it was the cover of that, and it was the flat colors versus like the finished version, and the flat colors look so much better. Like I don't really dig modern colors.
See, I'm weird with that, because like I hate Jack Kirby, that like era of early comics, of early modern comics, but I like the clarity of them. I like the simple background. So like I do appreciate the easy flow of those, but I'm a like Tom McFarlane, you know,
I grew up with
Dave
McFarlane
Fitch,
too.
like the 90s classic creators, the artists. I love that like scratchy style.
Who's the guy that did Fathom? I loved him. Turner. Michael Turner.
No, Michael Turner. Fuck, I love
that dude knew how to draw women.
Michael
man.
Turner art, dude. And he's not classically trained. He just started drawing.
He's brilliant.
He just got a few pointers
Rest
like,
in
hey,
peace.
I think you draw those skyscrapers better, and then he gets a reference, and it's like, okay, there you go. All right, I guess you can work for
his
it.
backgrounds were amazing. His backgrounds were really good.
You know, me, of course, being an amateur reader, novice, whatever you call it, it's not my main format to ingest. I'm a movie guy. I think it's going to be the.
I would love to hear your review of movies.
Once I can, fund Methgator make it, I think people will be really surprised, because I think a lot of these people are lifelong comics fans, and so they might understand the flow of artistry, but I don't think they really get the depth. Like, a lot of these comics people bemoan like deconstruction, and it's like, for me, my view, maybe influenced by movies and commentaries, like that is like the root of making the characters, is understanding the layers. And you see it with like the old Jack Kirby stories. When you see like the Spider-Man trilogy, or even like Fantastic Four, these modern movies, the roots of those stories that seem really in depth and so far away from these kiddie stories, the depth was already written there. It's just like the appeal was like, it's kind of childish storytelling, but the root of these like depth of character was already there in old Marvel. And so it's just never been the focus. And I see all these amateurs, and I'll read it like, I plan to do a review of Fall Man, and it's fine. And, it's probably a budgetary limit with like the page count and the lack of depth just because of funding, for what he can make. But some aspects, I'm like, overall, I like it. I want to get the second one. I missed the campaign, so I got to hit him up. But I see this a lot. Or like, there was this, I think it's called Accompaniment. It's basically like a Suicide Squad fan.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's done sequels or not, but I had the first one, and it's fine. The art's really good. The colorist is the biggest thing that like wowed me. But the story, it felt like, what is the motivation? Because the whole drive is like, yeah, we're like, we do the dirty shit. It's kind of like the military. Tomorrow, was it not Tomorrow War? What's the Chris Pratt show he did on Amazon? It's like a SEAL.
Yeah, I forgot the name of it, but I know what you mean.
But yeah, he like talks about like, hey, we do, just let us do our fucking job and get our hands dirty so you can like have a nice cushy life here in the States. That sentiment that's there, but they never like explain why in the company, man. That's like a key for me, a reader. That's like the key factor of appeal of like, Will Eisner, for me, I think his shit's ugly. A lot of Frank Miller shit's ugly, but like there's a deconstruction. There's a depth that is movie script worthy. And that's what I want to do. I want to like take the depth of character writing of like a movie. And that's, so Methgator, it sounds like a wacky cocaine bear idea, and the imagery can be that if you want it, or you can expect that. But no, I'm like, I say it's Breaking Bad meets TMNT. It's mainly Breaking Bad. It's just the imagery of a TMNT format.
No, I think that's a great idea. I think that's what comics as a medium. I think the point of comics is doing ideas that don't make sense, like in prose. You can do symbolism in comics that you can't do anywhere else because it takes words to do it anywhere else.
Yeah.
I say that not as a joke. I do look forward to reading like what you have.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna pick up Methgator whenever you're like done with it.
Yeah, I can't. Well, it's funny too, because I've had people mock me like, well, where's Methgator? It's been all these years, this idea. And it's like, dude,
well, you're not an artist.
I can't. Well, I'm not an artist, and so I need to pay people, and I do not want to buy a Fiverr artist to make dog shit. I got one chance to impress, and like maybe I can't afford a professional Marvel DC artist or Image or Dark Horse, but I want to get as close as I can. I want to put every effort into the art along with what.
And lots of artists,
and but it's a money issue. So when you live paycheck to paycheck because your bills and shit, it's like,
I get it. If my artist didn't work for free, I wouldn't have anything.
Right. And so it's like I got one chance to impress out the gate. So like I want to do it as good as I can. And so that's why I've held out. I could just hire dog shit and hope you like the story, but
South American.
It's an art first format, which I like. As a novice reader, I would go to the store not knowing continuity or any of this shit. And what draws me is the cover art. And then I get a book and like the fucking interiors are nothing like the interior. It's not that it's not just like, well, there's a difference between like doing a single image versus the flow of a page to page. I get that. And you'll get lack of depth or whatever. But when you have drastic, like Zenoscope is a huge infraction. They get you these fucking goon bait fucking covers. And then the interiors are at best mid, you know? And it's like, I just feel had, and I don't want to do that. Like, even if the cover is different from the interior artist wise, I want like there to be a consistency. And so that's why I hold out. I'm holding out for quality as much as I can get.
I'll never be you.
I don't know your reference there.
You know, that's like holding out for a hero or whatever.
Oh no! It sounded like you're trying to do like Pearl Jam. It's like,
No,
dude, I really fucking hate Pearl Jam.
I just did it as Bruce Springsteen.
So
pull
Sony
up,
says,
pull up Skullface after that if you don't mind.
Yeah. He says that Sony says I had a similar idea to what you're describing, Angus. Interesting how that works. Yeah, me and Sony never swap like story beat ideas
cool
at all. But yeah, I don't know if you saw his newest comic he shared with the Wolf Cop. That was funny.
He's a funny guy.
Let me see. Where
pull up Skullface at the bottom. Because he's absolutely right here. I mean, most comics are not great, but that's my problem though. Like, I think they should be. Like, I think Dark Knight Returns and Watchmen should have been like the beginning instead of remaining the standard forever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's what's crazy is like those are 40-something-year-old stories.
Yeah,
and
everyone
everyone
we're still talking about them.
Well, yeah, it's like, I mean, it's like Godfather, and it's like Godfather is obviously, if you look at what films were back then, that is
it's great.
That's Star Wars Empire Strikes Back. That's like foundational. Like, this changed shit. The fact that someone made this and it's a villain story and it's got this human depth. Again, it's a deconstructionist, sympathetic villain story that all
but
these
then we had
comic
Blade
retards
Runner.
cry about.
We had Blade Runner after that.
Yeah,
you know, we had Star Wars after that. Like, things like,
well, yeah. So I saw The Departed because it's a more
that's a good
modern
one.
film, and then I go back and see this iconic Godfather. I'm like, it's okay, I guess. Like,
well, Godfather 2 is better.
Yeah, it's just like I do not respect. In general, I don't respect like I don't hold like age in high regard of like, oh, this is the standard Casablanca or Citizen Kane, especially Citizen Kane.
Something's not just good because it's old. Yeah, you're right.
Not just that, but like you're talking about like 80 years, all these other movies that have happened that obviously are built from the legacy of that, establishing like expansion of storytelling.
Yeah. Now, Metropolis makes me feel stuff to this day, man. The second I put on Metropolis,
there's obviously movies that just like no one like Once Upon a Time in the West. Oh my god, you know, time a movie 60 years old, and then I watched the first time, I'm like, there is nothing else to do with westerns after this movie.
Did you see Unforgiven? You want to talk about deconstruction? Yeah. See, I love Unforgiven, man.
I've watched the in-depth stuff and I've watched all these reviews about it of like how it's subverting like the role Eastwood has had on film.
That's why I thought you would maybe dig it.
I think it's overrated.
What
even
about,
before the time it came out, like once you see Once Upon a Time in the Old West.
What about Bone Tomahawk?
I have not seen that one yet. I know it's like a horror.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic.
I like that crew. I like that crew.
Yeah, is it Dragged Across Concrete?
Yeah,
and Brawl Cell Block 99.
Dude, I fucking love Dragged Across Concrete.
That's a good one.
But yeah, I want to make, I want not necessarily my comic will get like wacky with sci-fi in some ways, and different sci-fi bullshit characters to make it fun. But no, I really do want to like the depth of like Breaking Bad, Sicario. Not that it's gonna be Western, but yeah, like the deconstruction of Westerns with Once Upon a Time in the Old West.
See True Detective?
The first season.
That's the only one that matters.
It's fine. I need to watch it again because I'm like,
You do, because I loved it.
I'll see these clips of Matthew McConaughey and his fucking retarded sayings, and it's just like, what is this?
His Nietzschean sayings.
What is this? You know? So it definitely didn't like imprint on me. It was like, wow, like I was hearing about.
I gotta run to bed in a minute, but I'm going not to make this about me. You made it about me. I'm going back through Beowulf. and
Okay.
some of those like older kind of poems. I thought maybe
dude, I love the Beowulf.
we should talk that through. We should pull up some of those, maybe like Gowan and the Green Knight, some of those kind of things. Or if you like I said, if you do more of the pagan stuff, we can do that. But I would love to.
I really
talk
love
that with you.
Canterbury Tales.
See, I haven't read it all the way through, but I've got that too as well.
Yeah, man, Canterbury Tales, man, that is.
I've got Walt Whitman's Leaves of Grass. I know that's a change in direction, but
well, no, that's a Breaking Bad, Walt Whitman.
It is, yeah.
Yeah,
beautiful.
I've never read them, but like you see that name, I'm like, yeah, I know that.
There's a local store here that it's like a local bookstore that does like old stuff like that. I got this like old collection of it. It's like a tweed cover of Leaves of Grass from like 1895, and for like $5, and it's got like watercolor paintings beside every poem, and it's like a big book. I love that kind of stuff. I'll have to send you a copy of some of these things I've got whenever I get a chance.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at Backy's comment. He said, I mean, the book of Luke, Genesis, the part with the sons of Noah, Romans, Psalms, Song of Solomon, Epistle of Solomon, Revelations, but that just the Bible is perfect. No, obviously, I don't think that at all.
Bible's dope, man.
It is awesome. Like, I'm a big Old Testament fan, especially like I read Lord of the Rings in high school, and then for some reason I started reading like 1st and 2nd Samuel, and then
That's
I'm
a good
like,
one. Like, yeah, King
once
David.
I read that, and then I looked back at Lord of the Rings. So yeah, the Bible is actually a big cog of me like negging on Lord of the Rings, because it's like once you go back and read the Old Testament, it's like, oh my God, Tolkien sucks. He just ripped off the Bible. Not even with like the Christian LARP trad faggots on Twitter. But just like the written aesthetic, it's like once you read the Bible, you're like, this is such a lame ripoff. Just like, oh, what if I like retool this name, but it's the root is like,
oh man,
bad people in the Bible.
I went off is it today or yesterday on some LARPing pagan guy about King David, because he was like, oh,
I saw that. I appreciated some of your, because like there was a different.
He's totally wrong. Like I'm gonna stand on business on that one. He has no idea. So we start calling it like a Nietzschean slave rebellion. The story of David. Like, no, David was just a warrior.
Well, at least his opening story as like this shepherd turned slinger against like the epitome of like warrior. You know, if you're talking about just as a story, it's no different than like Last Jedi with like the subversion.
But I would
heroism.
push back on that, because how many of these guys are pagans and Machiavellians? And what's the first thing you would do in warfare as a Machiavellian? You would grab the projectile. Like, what would Alexander the Great do? Man, you can't have it both ways. That's my problem with like these guys. You can't have the Western ideal of like the lateral thinker genius and be like, oh, he should have fallen with his sword.
No.
You can't have both.
No, actually, you're just historically wrong. All right.
Who slashed the Gordian knot instead of untying it, man?
Alexander.
Yeah, he lateral thought. He wasn't going to bring a sword to a sling fight. You can't have it both ways. You can't have this pagan honor tradition of 1v1 combat and have the lateral thinking general that leads.
Okay.
Like, that
So sure, I guess that guy's wrong, but like me,
I'd much rather talk with you than that guy.
I appreciate, my whole like adoration of Alexander is the man for his time. Like, what a forward thinker that.
Yeah, well, so was David.
And but I will counter that. Yeah, there is something, I guess Machiavellian about the industry of weapons. You know, I found this random video. Because like I have the octo like Medusa character I want to make.
Of course you do.
I thought I've shown you.
She has 8 vaginas.
I thought I've shown you. I'll find it later.
No, but I'd love to see it.
Basically, should be like my universe's Mystique. But I actually want to get way more into like science of camouflage. So I was investigating the history of camo in like warfare, because war is kind of the root of how she is the character she is. And I'm gonna have this whole kind of Pat Tillman reflective storyline for her origin. But I was watching this, I think it was like Black Pigeon, I think was the channel, if I'm not mistaken. And it was about like the history of camo and how, besides like maybe hunters with like Indians, especially wearing like a full kind of taxidermied, in some regard, like skin and head of like a deer to sneak up. Camo in warfare was not really a thing. There's always this kind of, even with industry, there's always this honor of like, we will meet here, up to like Napoleon. And then once you get past Napoleon into like World War One, that's where you get this weird transition from colorful garb of honor, of display, into deception. The advancement of warfare is very deceptive. Not just like, hey, let's trick them and we'll like sneak around, we'll flank them. Like, not that, you could say that's deception, but
open deception.
Yeah. But like actual, like, let's conceal, let's you get like snipers and hitmen. And it goes hand in hand with like camo getting better. And I think, there's like this weird turn when you are aware of this history of camo as we think of it, a new thing in the last 100 or so years. This really speaks to like the turn with like World War One, the carnage. This really opened people's eyes to like the carnage we can inflict in devious ways, gas warfare. There's something really interesting there. I don't quite have the perfect articulation.
I would love to talk with you about that in depth, because I mean that's the thing, is like the war is hell thing didn't come about till what, maybe the Civil War, like that,
because you could start saving people, cut their legs off and shit.
Well, it's like we don't have honorable warfare anymore.
Exactly.
I mean, you're a vet. Like you can, and I don't want to speak out of ignorance, especially on this topic, but do you think personally that PTSD was a thing back when war was honorable?
PTSD is like a weird topic for me, because
I'm not trying to
generally
step toes,
don't. But no. I'm kind of like World War II kind of mindset. I'm like, that's for pussies, like.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I want to go to war to kill people with honor.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Though, do you think when men had a purpose in war and it was glorious, do you think PTSD was less because they weren't shocked by it, or scared, or hurt by it, or morally
I buy into
conflicted?
Like shell shock as an idea.
Yeah, that's an actual thing.
But PTSD is corporate faggotry. It's
psycho talk.
No, I don't
therapy talk.
I don't want to denigrate psychology in the profession, but this is just a deceptive new market. It's like
it's Sony just
it's manufactured is what I'm saying. You're putting the idea in their head, and now people know if like go to war, I can't handle it, and it's like, dude, ever since Vietnam, after Vietnam, there is no excuse for PTSD. Because you volunteer for it. You could, our grandfathers or old dads, they have the excuse of like, I got forced into this.
Yeah.
Now there is no fucking excuse to have PTSD. I get the like American Sniper fiasco of, I didn't know I'd have to kill kids, and this is the reality. And I went knowing this was a possibility. I went prepared to shoot kids if need be. Like I was ready, and not that I wanted to, but I was ready to do it. That's the mindset.
Angus describing Chuck E. Cheese last week.
And so that is a weird, looking back, it is a weird state of mind to like accept and be ready for.
Well, did you see what Stoney P said? PTSD was a thing. The symptoms of it have been documented all the way back to Sumeria. I mean, I guess what I'm asking Stoney, just because I'm speaking out of ignorance openly, is like, do you think like PTSD as we describe it now is a moral conflict as well, versus like more of the shell shock, like neurological or nerve kind of visceral reaction? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like I definitely think, some people have been put in a situation they just would never have signed up for. And that weighs on them. Survivor's guilt, etc. Your buddies. trauma of seeing your buddies shredded up on like Normandy Beach, you know. But yeah, like PTSD is some shit. Like I remember reading an article when I was deployed because we had like random like GQ magazine in like the guard shack to pass the time, and I'm reading this article about some fucking pussy drone pilot. And this is like 2012, so the article's 2011 or older. And I got some pussy drone pilot from like Vegas who's playing basically a flight simulator in Las Vegas in a restricted area, just watching people for days. And there is something psychotic, I guess, of like, my job's to like survey people, and there's a sort of one-sided intimacy from this of watching their lives and waiting for the right time to blow them up. But the fact that you're like, I got PTSD, it's like you have no connection with the weapon and creating death. That's why I joined the Army. Is like, I grew up loving the Navy. First of all, I can't swim, so that's why I didn't join. That
why is that?
But in the Air Force too, it just felt pussy. Like, oh, I'm gonna be part of the I'm fighting, desert non-conventional war, guerrilla warfare, with a plane to shoot a missile from 30,000 feet at them. It sounds like a pussy. Like, I want, even though we have the technology with the Army, I wanted there to be some semblance of fairness that this guy could kill me. And so me shooting him is fair, that we have some semblance of equality on the battlefield. So not that I was like raised in this, the Army was my idea. I want to go to war. I want to be a warrior of my day, I guess. The romantic, view of war. I wanted my part in that. But for some reason, I just had this integritous idea of like, I don't want to be on a boat and shoot a missile from 5 miles away in the bay to kill someone. I want to earn it, I guess, and
that makes sense.
Risk, in earning it, I'm risky. It's kind of like Camille Paglia talking about feminism.
Oh wow, I actually know Camille Paglia.
Yeah, she has this thing about feminism when she was a girl in college, where it's like, we wanted the freedom to get raped. That's how she puts it bluntly. And it's like, you're like, what? And it's like, well, the boys, they can go out and fuck and party and be out and whatever.
Yeah.
We had a curfew as women. It's because the state was acting as their father.
Yeah.
And we wanted freedom from that. And if you want that freedom, it means you want the freedom to get raped, possibly. You want the freedom to expose yourself.
Yeah, she's almost quoting Huxley. What did he say? Like, I want to be uncomfortable. I want to be hurt. His big speech at the end of Brave New World.
That's a book I want to read. I'm aware of it. It wasn't like The Doors. Is that a Adolphus Huxley? I feel like The Doors is rooted in some.
Maybe.
No, it's like Doors of Perception.
Yeah, Doors of Perception. Yeah.
I've not read that either, but I'm aware that's where they got their name, because it's like, what a stupid name. What's the Doors? Let me see, Doors of Perception. And yes, I see you, BTMers. Let me get to you shortly. That's Aldous Huxley as well.
I guess I'm just gonna touch this before I go back to bed. Like, I guess what set me off with the pagan dude's view of David and the slave rebellion is like, it doesn't make sense. Like, David did not institute a victim mentality. He actually was more bloody than the Philistines ever were. Like, he believed more in warfare than they did.
Yeah, the Philistines were like a Greco people, right?
I see. That's the debate. Like, they were like a sea people, but I don't think we know which.
Oh, so they might predate what we know of as Greeks. They might be the
some people said they were
Bronze Age collapse.
Well, that's the thing, is like Goliath's armor and stuff was bronze. That's what made him so weird, and why people are kind of thrown off, because like they were in the Iron Age by then, but his was specifically bronze. So who knows?
Well, yeah, wouldn't bronze come after iron?
I don't know.
That's like an advancement, because you're doing like what, tin and copper.
I have no idea, but I know that's thrown people off. So, but like, I don't know. He ends up taking Goliath's sword like he's freaking what's his name, Guts from Berserk, and starts slaying thousands of Philistines with it. Like, I would just like your opinion on. I think the I hate to say trad pagans, wherever they are now, like neo pagans, they're trying the return with a V pagans. They don't impress me.
Yeah. Well, again, like there is this. Obviously, we're in conflict eternally, intrinsically, pagan and Christian. As a concept,
Well, the Christians won.
Did they? Because
they wiped them out. Of course
I
they
would say there is no winning and losing necessarily in this. It's because like Christians, these weirdo Christians will like fearmonger paganism or like Wicca or whatever. When it's like, oh no, a couple million have joined.
Yeah.
And like how in depth is that? Because they just say they're Wiccan and they're like, I bought a crystal. It could be that.
They're
just
not-
like
they're not
Christians, like
actually-
I own a Bible, I'm Christian.
they're not berserkering for Odin anytime soon.
Yeah, and so much of that ties in with like LGBT, trans, liberal. It's just counter. It's like wannabe counterculture. A lot of it.
Neoliberalism.
Or it's like some sort of like white supremacy LARP. A lot of it with like heritage.
I think that's what this guy was. I think this was his.
I'm not
thing.
even like we're talking about Christianity. It's like, yeah, I love Nick Fuentes, but I just I say I'm Groyper adjacent because obviously Christianity does not work at all with like your political view of like white national. He's not a white supremacist, but he's a white nationalist. There is
you can't have nationalism and Christianity,
and especially racial, because you're talking about a universalist. And he
Yeah.
tries to kind of caveat, and he's got like a depth. I'll give him that, but it's still like I know. That's why I'm adjacent, because I'm like, I know that doesn't work. But
At least the Catholics do have a positive vision of power, unlike evangelical Christianity.
But but paganism, obviously, if you understand history, is multicultural. Zeus Amon, that's in Egypt at the Temple of Siwa. Or
How do you feel like, because Rome was multicultural? I mean, well, it had several cultures in it, but I guess the dominant one was Rome.
Yeah,
Roman.
For race, it's like I think historically, for most of history, most of humanity, it's race based. Our divisions are race based, and then you get sub fractions of that with like tribes. And Africa's a great example. Modernly, with like they still maintain that. Japs and Chinese and Koreans, like they're all
You put some
kind of the
stank-
same.
You just put some stank on Japs when you said.
I didn't mean to. I meant
But you
that. I'm
did.
just saying Japs, like but
You had some Wu-Tang come out just now from the early 90s.
yeah, I think Japanese are cool, but yeah, it's like they're cousins, racially, even if they have like a certain pedigree. So you get these divisions like that. So even within like a monochrome race, you get divisions of some kind. It might just be like you're the highland, you're the lowland, whatever.
Yeah.
But we usually make these borders off of racial divisions of aesthetics. Basically, it's like that's my group, that's not my group, and that wolves. We just think of wolves like this like mono entity, but like they have borders. These packs will make borders. They kill each other.
Oh yeah, they have
Chimps,
territories.
Dolphins, like even though they make giant paws, they still have like in group, out group. And so this is a natural state. And
Yeah,
race,
I never understood like the borders argument. Like people be like, "Oh, no nations, no borders." That doesn't make any sense. Like you gotta have borders.
It's certain tribes' rhetoric to destabilize.
The Cherokee.
Yeah, the Cherokee of the Middle East.
I don't think we'll ever agree on that, but I think it's funny that you're so adamant about it.
It's
that's my tribe.
I tell
apparently.
this to Rookie every time it gets to this. I'm like, dude, like every time I'm like, I know this sounds crazy to just pin it on like one group, but like you look at the history of modernity and it like really fucking is. Ever since like 1860 or whatever, the Zionists take off, they've rooted into everything. It really is. It all goes, or this is where they blind people. It's their lackeys, and it's also because Christendom, because until you get rid of Christianity, you can never get rid of Zionism, because that's what maintains it, because people get blinded by well, no, dude, the Pope is going to like Pope John Paul II. It's at the fucking wall, so it's an intrinsic, like you're tied at the hip, even if you're like a Nick Fuentes type, you're tied at the hip. And that's why I'm like, you can't be countering or anti-Zionist and then be Christian, it's an oxymoron. Even if you're like distinguishing like this, we split, we're different. You're still tied to these people as like an identity, political, racial, whatever you want to deem the group.
See,
You're
I
tied
don't
to
know.
them.
That's what I understand. See, I don't understand that either. Like, I don't understand the Zionist Christianity too, because like the Old Testament is full of God being like, "You guys screwed up." Like,
Well, because people misunderstand. Like, I think Paul cements it with, I think, Romans, where it's like, basically, you got all these rules from God, trying to define you from everyone else as like his group. He comes and you reject him, and so you, in rejecting him, you vacate the Old Testament. Like not the books necessarily, but the testament, the deal, the contract with God.
covenant, the
You have
covenant.
vacated the covenant. Now Jesus is the new law. Mary is the new ark, and now that's why you have a New Testament, 'cause it's a new covenant with humanity and not just those people. And so, but Christians don't understand that by and large, and so they think we are the sequel and we just have a disagreement and they didn't get on the sequel train. They don't like The Last Jedi. That is Christianity. We do. That's how people think the division is. But it's actually like, no, they have forsaken themselves, you know. That's it's really just the ignorance maintains.
Yeah, I don't get in Christianity, I don't get anti-Semitism, and I don't get Zionism. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
why both
they
of
killed
those
Christ.
exist.
That's the root of anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, I've studied like I get like especially like the Catholic view of it. I guess what I'm saying is like the Christian view is that the Holy Land belongs to Christ, not like a people.
Okay,
group, you know what I mean?
wait. I gotta add this for, it's like, oh yeah, those group of like Pharisees and lackeys, they did it. There is like this destiny that God puts on himself to do this for everyone. So it's not just their sins, it's all of us collectively, historically, that will put him on the cross. But here's the thing that undercuts that idea: the sin of Adam. All right. So if you want to like vacate the stain of sin that the Jews have killing Christ, is like, well, that was just that group of that time. The Jews after are not guilty of that. Well, how is humanity guilty for the Garden of Eden? You can't have it both ways.
I guess what I'm saying is, like every 4 years, whenever some conflict breaks out between Israel and Palestine or whatever, it's like the Bible, Christianity is like, hey, Christ gets that land when he returns. I don't really care who has it now. Like, I'm not gonna get all up in arms about who controls it now. When my religion is like, well, he comes and
Yeah,
takes
it's
it
funny that
himself.
you're so dismissive of like Holy Land as an idea.
It's like Christ takes it. Why would I care who has it now? Like,
it's just funny. You're the first guy I've ever heard just like, oh, holy, not even because like anti-Semitism.
it doesn't
like,
mean anything to me.
Yeah, you're just like, whatever.
I don't care who has
because
it. I mean, China
it's
can
the
have it.
word. Yeah, for you, it's like, well,
Yeah.
the word is what matters. Like that's just I've never heard
Yeah.
someone embrace that idea of like, oh, that area, yeah, it's cool, but yeah, it doesn't matter. And it's
I
like,
mean, I kind
what?
of feel bad. Like, whoever has it when he comes back, I think he's gonna take it forcefully from him. Like, I don't think you want to have it when he comes back.
Yeah, but going back to the root of how this started with the David thing, and you're
Yeah.
talking about warfare. The reason I was like ready to counter you before you like kind of helped me understand the definition of like this guy versus how I be. Like, yeah, the Gordian knot, that's a great one. Just everything Alexander did was amazing. And not necessarily deceptive, but yeah, very Machiavellian, you could say. Industrious mentally, counter to
He was also unarmored. He had no armor.
Well, no, he had a line of thorax.
Oh, what? No, are we talking about?
Talking
I'm
Alexander.
talking about David. I'm saying
Right.
when he fought.
Yeah, he was
Goliath,
just shepherd with the sling, came out of nowhere.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like that's pretty balanced, especially when Goliath had like a javelin. Like,
Yeah, but I was thinking that you were pinning on me that I can't have it both ways, and I'm like, I'm not.
no, I'm talking about this guy. No.
Because yeah, the Theban sacred band, the famous, I don't know what you call like quartet. I don't know what you would deem 300 guys, but the 300 Thebans,
yeah,
they are famous for fucking up Sparta because they were deceptive.
Yeah.
And that's how they took over Greece for like 40 years till Alexander's dad popped up on the scene and had the Battle of Chaeronea. But yeah, famously what they did was deceptive, because you would go to war, you'd have your phalanxes and you have your sections, and the best guys would always get the right side. And so they would be on opposite ends. And then the battle's always meant to like flow into a yin yang of corpses until you get those two best guys at the end of the fight meeting the two right flanks. And what the Thebans did was they put their best guys on the left. And so they were instantly facing the Spartans.
Yeah.
And it just completely fucked them up. But what people don't get about Sparta, I hate to demean Sparta at all because they're awesome as a concept, but the Persian engagement really defined them and their mystique. And so they got to avoid a lot of battles just off of the street cred of their forefathers. Not to say that they weren't completely devoted like Navy SEAL types, but they're still men that can die. And
but that's the point of like that kind of like making an example of your enemy, is that it makes it so no one else attacks you. You're not fighting just that battle, you're fighting 100 battles that haven't happened yet.
Yeah, people don't understand that like the Spartan system, as much as the training and how rigorous all the dead that they would accept on themselves as a people, they were a intricate antiquitous prison system. They were prison guards, and so that's why they're training, and they would kill helots every year, cull the herd, and so they're always just like superstitious of all their neighbors and always looking for how can I get ahead. And what really undermined them was becoming kind of capitalist minded. They started individually kind of being like, because they're a communist system basically, and they just allotted their lot in life, their food, everything's taken care of in a kind of military socialist system, like the modern military. And then they start getting these guys that want like riches, and that's what really undermined them. Kind of like the Jedi in a way.
Did you read Ender's Game?
No.
You should. He does a great it's one of the most best military reads ever, and I think the Marines still read it to this day. But Ender, the kid, he's got a bully that's coming at him, and he resolves in his mind that he's going to demolish that bully so hard that he won't have to fight like 100 more bullies. Like he sees every interaction like that. Like, if I can make an example of this, it saves me a bunch of other fictional fights later. So he ends up breaking a globe over the guy's head and crippling him and stuff, because he's now I don't have to fight the next 5 bullies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it'd be like after Spider-Man punches the bully, he sets a tone. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah,
it's funny. It's funny.
It's great pragmatism. I think you would love this book.
It's funny you say you invoke Ender's Game, because I'm aware it's in the realm of teen dystopia, right?
No, that's what we would call it now if it was written today. It's not. It is like a classic. It's almost like Call of the Wild.
I'm not demeaning that,
because I am, because I hate that title.
I am taking Ricky and myself, actually, because I only saw the first movie in theaters.
Yeah.
For some reason, I'm like, hey, Hunger Games, we're gonna watch them. And so we just watched number 2, and I read the first 3 books, but I don't know of any of the expanded shit. I got in on it right before the movies came out, reading them, and they're fun. They're fine. And it's funny actually watching, because I think Critical Drinker will repeatedly invoke Katniss Everdeen as Mary Sue archetype, and it's like you watch the movie and it's like, this is not a Mary Sue at all. She's kind of Luke Skywalker, actually. She needs everyone's help, actually. Whatever training she does have, she's still not enough. It's a collective effort. It's X-Men, and I retroactively, I really appreciate, actually, even though I think what unfortunately undercuts the value of Katniss Everdeen as an icon in fiction is the meme of her of TikTok chicks, buying into I'm Katniss fighting, I'm the resistance, and so I think the memes have hindered the appreciation of her, and ultimately this is like a 12-year-old's franchise, And so I just don't. In hindsight, ingesting this now, I really don't think people give it a fair shake of what it is and the value it does have. So I'm appreciating watching these, and it's bringing back reading them. And I want to see the execution. Obviously, 2 is like kind of a downer from the first one, entertainment wise, but it got a good concept, and I can't wait because I totally forgot there's like a prequel with Rachel Zegler from Snow White. I cannot wait to watch the woke Hunger Games movie.
I forgot she existed, man.
I cannot wait. I can't wait to enjoy wokeness with Rookie.
To tie this all together, you know how you get tired of the FNAF guys ripping movies and stuff?
Sure.
That's how I am with people talking about Eric July.
Okay.
I'm just tired of hearing about it.
I totally get it in some capacity, but again, like I feel like I've given you depth as to why it matters to me specifically. I really do think I'm doing a service. On top of this guy deserves to get wrecked financially, and this company to crash and burn as a IP. There is, I guess you could say, altruism to it on top of my own just whimsy.
Oh, how humble of you.
But oh, there was something with my real chagrin with like the F&T and that the like gapes and garglers and stuff is they're lying. Like when I'm crapping on Rippaverse, you could say some aspects will be just a subjective. Well, I don't like that,
Yeah.
and it's hard to separate an objective review points with like subjective. Like, can you believe?
Yeah.
And I get that it's hard to piece out, and I try to be professional in that way, distinguishing the two.
I'm going to show you this. I actually got a
Kylo. Oh, we got Balon's skull. They fucking recast him already.
I know, and I don't mind that guy so much.
I know. I
hate
it.
They'll never replace Ray Stevens. But yeah, this is the hooded one from Walmart or whatever I think it was.
It's because Ray Stevens has never had a truly iconic role. Like I actually like Punisher Warzone. I think it's a good movie. I think Jigsaw sucks, but I think it's a good movie. Even if
he killed it as Balin, man. I loved that character.
Yeah, and I mean, as soon as like he died and we're watching, like fuck, like he has not developed it, and he's definitely going to be key in some vague capacity at least. But I really think they could have just sidestepped him and just wrote him off into the netherworld or whatever. Not even kill him, but just write him out of the story.
Yeah.
That he has like given whatever tidbits he needs to Shin Hati, and she can carry on the plot for that line. But I just, he's not really, he really stood out as like the only good aspect of that show. And, he dies abruptly, and it's like, just respect the guy and just let him have that role and no one touches it,
Yeah. I like the guy that plays the Hound. I don't know.
I don't
think
love Game of Thrones.
I don't think he is the best fit for replacing Ray Stevens. I don't think anybody is. I mean, I agree with you. I think they probably should have just killed him.
If it was, I think he should just be a no-name guy that you've never seen. He might be some like theater actor, might have fame in theater, but no one knows him in movies. That would be fine, maybe.
Yeah.
But I really just want to respect that role and him and his legacy, because he's in Rome as like one of these silly guys in Caesar's biographies, but it's not necessarily iconic. Rome is iconic because Caesar, and because of the history of Rome, not because of even the actor playing Caesar. It's like an all-encompassing historical presentation that's beloved. I'm not thrilled, but with the far and few between Sword and Sandals, I do appreciate it, I guess, having watched it recently.
Well, thanks for letting me pull up, my dude.
Yeah, no, man. Anytime you want to come on, or if you want to kick off streams, like I have no fuck. As long as I'm like free to do it, I have no problem.
Yeah, this was a good night to catch you. Like I'm usually asleep by now, and I was like, oh man, he's still going. I can do this.
Yeah, and I'm just like, I'm gonna suck up every second I can get with Dan, because it's so far and few between with your life, just getting in the way. I don't mean that negatively. It's just like you got stuff going on. You got family.
I got a podcast tomorrow night with what's her name? Let me see.
Is it one of the girls he tagged in the thread?
No, Yumagaka Marukuma. I found her through Cynic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've not had a chance to stream with them, but yeah, I've seen more streams.
Dude, you've got to because they are hilarious.
Yeah, Ruby King.
Dude, they are funny, man. Like
I've been trying to get Ruby on. We just have
Ruby's
not lined
funny,
up.
man.
We have not lined up. I've streamed with them on Katie's channel. So yeah,
Dude,
I already like
funny dudes.
I already like Ruby. I don't know Cynic that well.
He's funny, man.
I'm in a chat or two with him, but I've never directly got to enjoy interacting proper with him. I'm not opposed at all, because I already like Ruby. I know they're going in on Razor Fist today in his Cry Sesh video. I hate Razor Fist, not because I think I've not given him the time to really dissect his commentary if it's a good faith or not. I just think he's a zero. I think this whole weird, I call him Discount Gilbert Godfrey. I think he just sucks. I think it's like just cringe hearing him. And there's like obviously this ego to him with this gay leather 80s rock character, monochrome fucking. I'm just like, what is this? You know, that's where I'm at. So,
all right. Well, thanks for having me on, dog.
I appreciate it, Dan. It's good. Good caveats here. Didn't expect you to pull up, and I enjoyed it. I figured you would see this in a day or two, like drawing or writing or whatever, and then hit me up in the DMs.
That's funny. All right, I'll holler at you, man. Peace.
Farewell. It's old Dan Godfo, who, if you were here earlier, was the subject, the core of the theme of this stream today. So that was an unexpected joy to have. I love streaming with Dan. I saw BTM in here earlier. I don't know if you've gone to bed yet, but yeah, man, what is up? Backy says some of the drones the U.S. military are using are kind of from the 90s. That's not really a concern of mine. It's really being a pilot of a drone thousands of miles away to shoot people like a video game, and then you want to cry PTSD. That's just bitch made. And that's just one example that reinforces my disdain for this PTSD bullshit.
But when you play Call of Duty, you get PTSD from that.
I mean, yeah, ultimately that's what they're
Ordinarily
saying,
Yeah.
and it's insulting to people that have like their legs blown off and they're not fucking pussies, it's just that, I don't know if you've been in the military or not, Backy, but I have, obviously, and I have kind of an old school sentiment about warfare and doing your part and being a pussy. As much as I love like the emotional depths of films and whatnot, and you're talking this kind of artsy fartsy gay shit, if you will. No, there is kind of like a fucking cold-blooded killer in me. That's why I joined the army. And so hearing people be pussies doing the profession, it's just disgusting to me. It's like, are you a fucking man at all? Like, it's up there with like being a cuck. It's just like disdain to the highest degree. Like there was this video of this vet. I don't know his circumstance or what he experienced, what his profession in the military was, his if at all deployment experience. But this guy makes this video, it gets a lot of views. He's crying literally about his experience with the VA. And it's not that, I can't get seen. It's like, I can't just have a consistency of care. Every so often I get a new provider and I have to retell all my problems. And it's like, I mean, if you were like, I can't get seen and I have a problem, or I'm in Canada and they told me to kill myself, that is something to like be upset about. But you're complaining because you have to get a new doctor every couple years and retell them your problems. Well, what? This is like, you're so fucking privileged to be in the modernity and have VA healthcare for serving military. And you're crying because you have to get a different doctor once in a while. You're getting care. You just have to like
it's like telling the
reestablish.
same story twice.
Yeah, you're literally crying. It's like, oh my god, I have to take Ambien, and I had to get a new doctor to re-up my prescription.
You need to
It's
make
like-
it more accurate, Angus. You know, I had to like get Ambien, and it was traumatic when I tried to cross the road.
And it's
The
like,
car
okay,
came-
here's
the car was
my bad
there.
experience with the VA from last year. All right, I go for a yearly checkup. I'm getting the fucking mental health screening questionnaire, and I'm just being frank, thinking that, hey, I'm in a military-based healthcare system, so you should have an understanding of your patients and like the candor and the like frankness that an average military guy might have, especially a combat vet. And so it's like, oh, do you feel suicidal? And it's like, yeah. How often? It's like, oh yeah, I can think about. Do you have a way to kill yourself? Do you have means? Do you have a plan? It's like, well, I mean, I own a pistol, so if I was going to do it, that would be how I do it. And then they're like freaking out, and they run.
Like how the implication is that you have like you're gonna set up like saw traps around your house or something.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, I was in the
You're
military. I shot guns. I own a gun. I know what they do. If I was
You're gonna
going to
rig
kill
spikes
myself,
to the ceiling. You're gonna rig spikes to the ceiling. That way,
yeah, it's
you're
like if
gonna
I was going to
step on a
kill
wire.
myself, it's real fucking simple. And I'm here talking to you for my annual checkup and establishing other specific forms of care, making other appointments. All right. So if I'm like actually a danger to kill myself, I wouldn't be making appointments to see the foot doctor, you stupid bitch. And so I'm working overnight. I stayed up to go to this appointment. All right. So I'm going to lose some sleep versus what I would normally get to see the VA. I'm doing this. I'm establishing extra appointments. Get a stupid suicide questionnaire. I'm being honest, thinking they understand my demeanor. And then they're going in the back room and crying and trying to like set up a counselor right away in that moment to talk after the appointment. And I'm like, no, I'm good. I'll see. I'm like literally like, oh, I'll see mental health on my appointment I've just scheduled. And then guess what? I need to go work. I need to make money to pay my rent. All right. And they're worried about suicide. And so they call the cops to take me to the ER to force me to be there against my will until I get cleared. So I don't get sleep that day. So I have to call off work. So, oh yeah, making it harder to pay my rent. Oh, I definitely want to kill myself less now. Thanks. Yeah. Now it's harder to pay my rent. Yeah, I definitely don't want to die now. You've really helped the situation, you stupid bitch. That's my experience. That's the one bad
doing
experience
a
I've had.
long form of Canada's healthcare system.
Yeah,
They're
that's my one over, like, see, I got out in 2016, so I've been going to VA for 9 years now, for whatever. That's the one bad experience I had last year. And I did make a TikTok and cry performatively about getting care when they're literally fucking me out of money, making my life harder, because even though they work for the military, ultimately, they don't understand the kind of mash, callous humor and the frankness of a combat vet with death and suicide. It's like, yeah, whatever. Because they're so worried as an institution from the government about PR, about, oh, suicide, vet suicide's a real problem the last decade or two since, like, Iraq war, basically. And it's all it is. It's all just corporate stats and PR. It's not actually, they don't really fucking care. And I don't really care if they care. It's not like they're my mom or something. It's not like a person. But you would think, like, you work for this specific Defense Department entity, you would understand your patient base. And this is why I'm like, after this experience, like, get every fucking civilian out of this entity of government, because I don't think a lieutenant colonel doctor who's been working for 20 years in the military, and I'm like, oh yeah, I mean, if I was going to kill myself, I own a pistol. That's how I do it. Like, duh. I don't think he'd be like, oh, he'd probably just like, yep, clean bill of health, Get the fuck out of here. Here's your Tylenol.
Maybe they're similar to Rippatards, or they're like, you don't even realize what the flaw in what you just said. Like,
yeah, and so
you
the
told
reason
what
I
you're
invoked
saying.
this long story is to counter this queer bait crying about getting health care, but I have to see a different doctor every couple of years because the VA is usually a stopping ground for people building their careers in the medical industry. So sorry, a doctor got a better opportunity, maybe started a private practice. So hey, here's a new doctor for you to see. Like what a bitch, And so I only tell you this as a counter to like, this is a PTSD pussy crying about getting a doctor. Here's me, and I'm still not crying. I'm just telling you, like, this is a bad experience I've had, and yet I still am not crying PTSD or something. It's so fucking weird to me. That's like the tone with me. I'm a man. I was in the military. Military is to kill people. You assume there's like, even though the experience is different than expectation, maybe it takes a certain person to sign up for kill people job. And that's what even if you're in an office or secretary, whatever, tax guy in the military, you still are a weapon. You still are a rifleman first and foremost. So to join it voluntarily means I kind of signed up. I might kill people for a paycheck. So you should have a certain like threshold beyond pussy civilians where like, killing people. I could never, like that's my chagrin with this whole PTSD industry is, why are you a bitch? That's my diagnosis, like
On TV show. Why are you a bitch?
It's like, why are you gay? Like that's where I am at with anyone crying PTSD in modernity. Vietnam vet, World War II vet, Korea, off the books, draft era shit. Yeah, you might have been forced into that. So okay, this term PTSD, I'll give it to you, but modernity, voluntary service, you're just a bitch. That's where I'm at. And sorry, yeah, it's just like we're in this pussy generation of gynocracy. Everyone's got feelings and stuff. And it's like, why are you in the fucking military? How did this get allowed? Like this is the counter. All right. So like veteran suicide has never been an epidemic in the military. It's obviously happened throughout all of history. For whatever personal reasons, but it's never been an epidemic. It's only been an epidemic in modernity with the voluntary service, and it matches with the increase in weapon proficiency. So the better killers we've become and volunteering for it versus our grandpas going to Vietnam forced to out of high school, they didn't kill themselves. You had a culture of men were men and they're told to suck it the fuck up. And you're out of the military, you go work in the factory and you suck it up. All that trauma you felt. Yeah. It's like Gran Torino. That guy's not a pussy. Obviously he's dealing with demons, having gone there and shot Gooks in the face, as he says, but he's never crying about it. Even when he starts opening up and being more, accepting of his feelings instead of just bottling it up, he's still never a bitch. That's the difference. So it is societal. Again, I think PTSD is this, like, if you want to give it credence, say it's real, it's only real because we have a pussy society. That's it. Q Chow says, hell, BTM reviews. He says, if I wanted to see some bitches, I'll watch an NFL game that involves Eagles, Giants, or Commanders. It's the Redskins, bro. Don't use that C word in my house. We say Redskins in this house. And we beat Redskins. Oh, I know you got like half a Shoe0nHead video to still watch. We can do that next week. Not that I'm closing necessarily, but I want to re-involve Rookie because Rookie doesn't involve himself much with Dan talk.
I was kind of annoyed. Can you hear me well enough on here? Like, does it come through
I hear
on
you
this
fine.
mic? Because
there's quite a few times where I was like halfway through a sentence and then just talked over, but I don't know if anybody heard me. So I was like, I don't know. I just
Yeah,
kinda
no, I felt
stopped
like I was
after a little
pausing.
while.
I felt like
I was
I was
like,
pausing
"Hmm."
sometimes, waiting for like, is Ricky going to interject anywhere? Okay, nope.
Like,
All
because
right.
I felt like when I was on my phone, I felt like there was no issue hearing me. But then I'm on my computer mic. I'm not even on like my good microphone. And
No,
I
you
don't know. I
sound
felt
good.
like I was talking quite a few times and just nope. Like I'm like halfway through a sentence and you're talking as if I didn't say anything at all. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like it's just like
Sorry.
what the heck?
Sorry that happened.
But I figured
Legitimately
I
sorry.
figured it's my mic. But I figured it's my mic or something because usually you do hear me. So I'm like,
Yeah,
I don't
no.
know.
No, I feel bad about that. So yeah,
I was
I
gonna
don't know if
answer Skullface's question on the comic thing. Like most of the comic sucking isn't necessarily the issue. Like they don't all have to be a Watchmen, but like most people don't seem to actually put their heart into anything, which is what kind of sucks when we get a lot of their content. It's like just the shit sludge they
yeah,
come
I
out sometimes.
feel yeah, I think part of the problem with like Comicsgate indies, this largely amateur movement, um, is uh they are entrenched in this art form as a consumer, and so they know beats. They might execute the beats right, but they don't get these iconic stories, the depth. They're missing character depth. They're missing like why you care to read the story issue to issue. Because even if it's like completely silly Avengers, take that Menace Pow and the good guys
Yeah.
won. Like even that irritating black and white morality tales like that. There is a root why you keep buying the good guy facing a baddie, because he has a blend of good guy morality that resonates. Like Spider-Man is so iconic, not just because he got a cool, simple suit, simple yet elegant in its design. It's because he's a character with so many quirks and flaws that are relatable. And so then it's like, all right, so what if he took that and he got superpowers? What's life juggling like at that point? That is the interest of Spider-Man, and a power fantasy as well. But that is why people kept buying Spider-Man to this day. It's
Like
because
there's a lot of reasons why, people make some of the stories and why people are interested in them, and I feel like in our sphere, so like I guess it's cliche to keep on using the examples, but when EVS is making a few he's making like less than 10 comics pretty much essentially over the last like 8 years, and then and then Eric's trying to make like 50 within like 2 years. It's like, dude, like, is that better? Really? Like, here's more shit, all this stuff. Here it all is. It's like, okay, which one of these is like a passion at all? Like, is anything a passion here? Any of it? Like, you would want them to be spaced out a little more. Like when we're putting out the average of how much stuff is out there in general. There's so much shit all the time. I do wish that more people would take a lot longer to make something, not just because they need to be slower, but like in terms of passion. I mean, if you can passionately make something quickly, then I think that's fine. But I doubt that that's a skill most people have.
see, this is
Do that
crazy.
quickly.
Keely's like Spider-Man fan, but fuck One More Day. And I've heard the general synopsis of that comic, and I'm like, sounds kind of cool. Sounds like an interesting story to me, So
Is that the one where he makes the deal with the devil to save Auntie, and then she gets killed anyway, or something?
I think he makes I want to say he makes a deal to like save his marriage, maybe, and Aunt May's kind of the collateral. It might be inverted.
I thought it was to save Aunt May because she's already old, and then he like tries to get her back to life, and then his marriage gets fucked up, or she dies anyway, or something. I thought something like that, or that his kid got killed, or something. I don't remember. I could be totally mixing up things I've heard from different stories.
Excuse me. All right, let's look at the synopsis. It's a 4-part comic crossover connecting 3 main series at the time by Michael Straczynski and Joe Quesada. Story arc concludes the fall of Spider-Man's actions during Civil War. After Aunt May has been shot by a stray bullet from a goon of the Kingpin meant for Spider-Man, Spider-Man seeks to save her life. He encounters the demon Mephisto, who offers to save her life if Spider-Man gives him his marriage. Spider-Man and his wife, Mary Jane Watson, agree, and this part of their history is erased so that effectively they have never been married. The storyline set the stage for a restructuring of the Spider-Man titles, resulting in the cancellation of Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man and Sensational Spider-Man, with the Amazing Spider-Man revamped as a thrice monthly publication. Elements of the storyline were adapted in the feature film No Way Home. Oh, and everyone, that was $1 billion hit. Suck it, haters. Cell phone. Oh, that's great. Oh man. All right, so the reception. One More Day was widely panned by fans and critics alike. One reviewer on IGN described it as undoubtedly the worst Marvel comic published in 2007 and a Deus Ex Machina of the highest order. He did admit that Straczynski had a great handle on the Peter Mary Jane dynamic, making their potentially final moments mean something, and that Quesada's artistic style may have given the darker tone. Made sense given the dark tone. However, he also dismissed the story as infuriating and downright disrespectful to anyone who has come to love Spider-Man. They had an additional take review. Brian Joel said that he had been a vocal supporter of Brand New Day. It summarized the One More Day story as flip, weightless, and painfully brief. Richard George stated that One More Day could prove to be the best example of editorial influence gone horribly, horribly wrong. And in trying to preserve the appeal of Peter Parker, Quesada actually managed to fundamentally undermine the character. Joel and George agreed with their colleague in complimenting Quesada's artwork. Wall Street Journal said that having Spider-Man make a deal with the devil like Mephisto is the rough equivalent of having Z movie director Uwe Boll film a studio-funded prequel to Martin Scorsese's Taxi Driver. I assume Uwe Boll sucks. Stan Lee praised the storyline, what he perceived as the courage its creators showed, and so drastically. See, this is funny because people want to appeal to authority of like Stan Lee. He's the quintessential guy to model yourself from, and then it's like, hey, the guy that made Spider-Man, he loved it. Stupid old man. Like, you know, what excuses were people making when the guy that made Spider-Man is like, fuck yeah. You know, that's crazy. That's an interesting detail to come across. Because, yeah, I'm aware of the chagrin. This is like pre-Comicsgate, like big internet talk with comics. Blasphemy. Let me see. In a round table, this one guy agreed that Spider-Man was easier to relate to while young and single, but that retconning the marriage was unnecessary due to the existence of such titles as Ultimate Spider-Man and Marvel Adventure Spider-Man. He found the story confusing, wondering how this retcon made sense in the larger universe. Spider-Man played important roles in New Avengers and Civil War. Yeah, and that was like sacrilege, putting Spider-Man in the Avengers. Bendis had like half the crew against him doing that. Which is crazy to me that would be sacrilege, I guess, but whatever. And yeah, so this is kind of like a Zack Snyder Superman fiasco before they were doing this to movies. That is interesting, man. I'm gonna have to read the story now. Let's see. Why are you hating on the Bears? They're not my favorite, but. So the AFC North,
because they're left out of the gorilla scenario, of course, you know.
Well, no, see, people. This is how it built up. Like people were. I saw one where it's like, "What about a bear versus a gorilla?" And it's like, "Yeah, a bear is killing that fucker." Sorry, like gorillas are awesome, but like just the raw power and it's really the raw power of a bear, but also
I'd say it's the claws. I'd say the claws is part of it too. Like a gorilla may have a little bit of little tiny sharp nails, maybe, but you know, the tough hide of a bear.
No, gorillas have people nails.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. And so, but the bear has like fucking giant murder claws, you know. So a swipe, I'm trying to compare, like, you know, a punch from a gorilla or whatever, or a swipe from a gorilla is going to pale in comparison to a swipe from a bear. And, it's got to be done quickly. And the gorilla just won't last with him. I don't think he could beat the shit out of a bear, even if its punches are strong.
Well,
they can tank, some bears can tank bullets. So, I'm just trying to compare the force here.
See, that's what's weird because most people will do like the kind of animal face-off of like stats and armor and weapons analysis. For me, what makes the confrontation interesting and not easy to determine is the temperament. Gorillas are always their temperament's the same, even if you can like be friendly and approach them, they have some semblance of acceptance of you. They let you in, like, yeah, okay, that human's cool. I'm not gonna like.
They're on one, but in a heartbeat, they can be at 100.
Yeah. So yeah, because there's a sentience to gorillas, so like there is more problem solving and analysis, especially like however animals look at us in general. I feel like a gorilla has to, even though we're like not them, I feel like a gorilla has to see humans
similarities
and be like, that weird thing looks kind of like me.
That thing can pick up a leaf like I can pick up a leaf. It can pick up a stick like I can pick up a stick. What?
Yeah.
It can pick things out of my hair just like how I could pick things out of its hair.
Versus
why is that the case?
Bears are ferocious, unfeeling killers, like dogs.
They chase down prey and stuff. They hunt prey.
They have, they have that like killer instinct. A big problem with a lot of these animals attacking you is how you react, and it's just the instinct kicks in of like these running food, like.
and I feel like a gorilla's main thing is to intimidate you to fuck off, essentially.
Yeah, little coconut shell chest.
Even if they actually do bump you and hit you, I feel like it's not.
Harambe is the perfect example. You have he's habituated people in some way because he's in a zoo, but obviously they're freaking out instantly when there's human in the environment with them, and so it's like obviously whatever distant habituation he has with like these visitors, they're not playing with them, but even in that scenario where you have to assume Harambe is still 75% wild and equivalent to his wild counterparts, he sees this boy and he seems to be trying to like help him, or hey, you don't belong here, like.
Yeah, I guess I don't know if I've seen gorillas just kill babies all the time, but other species, other creatures, like.
Yeah,
they also don't. They're not like hunters really either. They mostly vegetate, so they're not spending all their time chasing down prey. I mean, I feel like
like they eat their own poop because
they are
digestion,
but they don't really. They're not usually going to track down a meat prey. Like it's just not,
yeah. Their omnivorousness is like bug based.
Yeah, yes. They're gangsters that eat salad all the time. Pretty much, they're in the hood eating even caviar.
Yeah, but no, the real difference that I think people miss with bear versus gorilla and why it's not such an easy match is, will the fight take place at all? Because the gorilla with a foe like a bear will just instantly go primitive and defensive and ready for battle. A bear can, whether you're talking about a polar bear, grizzly, Kodak, whatever, bears, they will savage you and chase you down and maul you and eat you alive, literally. Or
stalk you for a while if they want.
Or they will just like fucking hear the wrong sound and get scared like a chihuahua. That's the real factor of
That's
like
true.
it's what is the temperament of the individual bear.
So you know what, the gorilla, out of 100, might scare the bear off like 20 times, and fuck, I'm gonna run away now. Like, yeah, because if he intimidates them, running at him.
Yeah, because the bear will like stand up, will do a standard, and then the gorilla just like, he's like, whoa,
Or if it comes at the bear trying to like chest bump
Sorry,
it might
well-
be freaked out too. Like, whoa, you're trying to touch me? Fuck.
Yeah,
Like,
there's
okay.
this. I wish I saved this. There's like this great like 2-part comic where it's like in some way the bear's like, it's like the series like a bear sees a person, and it's like going to attack or approach, and then you like stand. It's like, whoa, it's a lot taller than I thought. Like,
Oh, sorry, didn't know who you were. Didn't recognize you.
you know, it's like a average big bear stands from like 8 to 10 feet tall on its
Yeah,
hind
even if they're
legs.
taller than you, they'll still kind of freak out a little.
Like literally, one of the things that might work is literally just like getting a pot and pan and banging it. They're like, "Oh my god, never! What is that?"
Oh, wait, so okay, if we're going to be specific on the bear type, what I forget what the name of the bear is, but it's like a fucking wild ass fucking crazy bear that's like, it will attack you. It is a
The polar
it is
bear.
a
That's like the worst one.
it's an attack you. It's not even a polar bear that I'm talking about. It's like it's some other type of, it's like a black-ish looking bear, but it's like a sloth bear or something, and it's like
Sun bear.
maybe it's a sun bear. That might be what it is. Where it is very aggressive, and that could probably a gorilla could probably fight it a little, but I think the gorilla would still lose in a fight with that. But that's like a
Okay.
more even match, is what I'm kind of getting at. I think than sun bear.
Now,
The
yeah,
smaller
no. Obviously, I'm in fear for the gorilla, just as like a standard.
Yeah.
But I think the smarts, not smarts as like, I'll climb up a tree or I'll get a stick or a rock. Like not that kind of smarts, but just the smarts of the gorilla is human like. A bear is a big dog, you know? It's a big mean dog. That's
it makes it tames the bear and starts domesticating bears. That'd be funny.
I mean, that's also a factor. Is like what if both the gorilla and the bear are kind tempered? Like you might become friends. You know, you actually did a blind date here. You know,
he climbs up a tree and gets some honey for the bear, and then they become best friends. And then in a few thousand generations here, bears are like dogs. They're little domesticated little half pets. That'd be pretty funny.
Yeah, what I was saying with the AFC and the NFC North, even though I have like, you know, I guess I'd say the Bears are my favorite of them, but both AFC and NFC North, there's just something about them. I kind of like all 8 teams, you know, like AFC North, Bengals all the way. That's my team in that league, that division. I kind of want to hate the Ravens, but John Harbaugh, the way he coaches that team, just the history of the Ravens, they've never been. I mean, kind of with Lamar Jackson, even then, they're like a ground and pound. Ground and pound entails toughness, you know. So AFC, NFC North, they're both just tough. All 4 teams, each division, kind of just, I have a sense of respect for. You know, the Giants, I don't hate the Giants. Like, obviously, I want to beat them every time I see them. But when they're not playing the Eagles, it's really just who are they playing will determine who I'm rooting for. But like I never really root against the Giants. Like I like the Giants. They're fine, you know. They're more the Hollywood team versus the Jets. The Jets are kind of like more blue collar New York Fire Department kind of team. But yeah, Jets and Giants, both pretty cool fan bases. I've never had a problem. And just as teams, I like the Giants are cool. Really, I guess the Redskins, that'd be the only team where it's like, yeah, I hate the Cowboys because just the tone of the Cowboys, but Redskins kind of like, man, fuck the Redskins, you know? So that's kind of where I'm at on that. Yeah. It's really, I kind of just enjoy the league in general, except for like I always root against the Saints, the Dolphins, the Chargers, the Cowboys. Jaguars. Yeah, fuck Jaguars too. It's kind of like 5 teams I absolutely fucking hate, and then everyone else is like, hey, you're kind of cool in some way, you know. But then there's also my objective adoration for the sport. So even when I hate these teams, I appreciate certain players or the style of a coach. You know, the Dolphins with Tua and Tyreek Hill. Like, man, this is a fun team to watch, man. Like, I can't wait to see a Dolphins game. Fuck yeah, that's gonna be cool. Oh fuck, I'm not looking forward to playing them. You know, so I'm a weird fan in that way. I really do have a cool tempered head. NBA is kind of the same because I when I was watching NBA in like 06 to like 2010 ish. What a great time to watch basketball, you know. So it's like Celtics are kind of cool. I mean, Kobe with the Lakers is awesome. Even though I hate the Lakers as an idea, they're kind of like the Cowboys of basketball. Of course, the Pistons, the Bad Boys remix. LeBron dethroning the Pistons in the East Conference Finals. Fuck, I was so mad. But you know, Miami Heat with Dwayne Wade, and Shaq. It's just a good era. Fucking Baron Davis with the Warriors. Like, what a great 8 seed. That was awesome. Did you watch that series, Ricky? Baron Davis and the Warriors versus Dirk and the Mavs. Sorry, what? I hear like you starting a sentence and then just cuts out.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, that must have been weird. That must have been what happening a whole bunch. Like, so I'm talking. I was still talking. So that's good. What year was that?
I want to say it was 2008.
I think I did. 2008 was the first year I actually got into basketball. Like, that
Might be
was when
07. I think it's either 2008. It might be 07. It might be the year before.
regardless, I think I caught up on the last year or two of championship stuff when I got into basketball for the first time. 2008 was when I first joined a team at all.
2007.
Got into it, so
it's 2007.
yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I think the first one I saw, I don't remember. I think it was the Magic or Cavaliers, something. Spurs, one of those teams where.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about like the JJ Redick,
Yeah.
Dwight Howard Mavs versus the Cavs. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a good series.
That era. I like that stuff.
I hate the Magic. Hate them.
No, I understand.
Despite like T-Mac, when I first like 03, I started watching basketball. I saw Tracy McGrady and I loved him. And I hated that he was in Houston. But
yeah, for some reason
T-Mac's
the
like
Magic,
my first guy.
For some reason the Magic was the team I clinged to, even though I should be like a Blazers guy and stuff, but I liked the Thunder here and there a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, dude, the Thunder, yes. Oh,
the Thunder would have been
Kevin
my
Durant.
team. The Thunder would have been my team because they were the Sonics.
Seattle
before.
Sonics, yeah.
The Seattle Sonics, and then it's like I got to settle with the Blazers, who I like, but they always like fuck themselves with injuries and
they're always just mid
draft picks and stuff, or they get good draft players, but like their stars never. They always have like one guy that's good, really good, you know. Like
yeah. So the Mavericks Warriors was a crazy matchup because it was like the year after they lost to the Heat. Okay, so they got that sting because it was like such an epic fail because you're talking about, hey, it's the Mavs with Dirk Nowitzki and company versus Dwayne Wade and Scrubs and old Shaq. You know,
yeah,
like that's the setup, and they lose after a 2-0 start. Like that was my first championship, and it's like right on the heels of them beating the fucking Pistons, which pissed me off, you know, because the Pistons were my team. And to see that happen, I was like so I was rooting for Dallas initially, but it's like kind of because Cowboys, it's just like I fucking hate Texas, you know.
Yeah, I feel like there's an attitude with the Lakers team that I just hated for the longest time.
Oh,
I feel like,
dude,
I feel like
Kobe and Shaq,
mostly Kobe. But yeah, like I don't know, there's something about it. I just hated watching them. Like, God,
I love
fucking hate
watching
it.
Kobe that prime time, man. Like especially like when he had like the small kept fro,
and
he dribbles. He always got his like head kind of knocked back. He emits
Silly little
basketball
Kobe.
alpha. He emits basketball alpha, you know, and he's got this retro small fro. It's just perfect basketball alpha male. Love Kobe. But yeah, man, I was so mad that the Pistons lost to the Heat. I was like, yeah, and I hope Dallas takes it. But after a minute, it's like I can never root for the Mavericks. I'm sorry. And then holy fuck, game 3 they won. Oh my! And then it's like okay, game 4, shit. Oh man, oh I got game 5 and all the fucking. I think Shaq was going on like a fast break, and he gets like tackled, and it's like flagrant or technical, like what, you know, all these Dwayne Wade free throws. at the time he had the record on that series for the most free throws in the finals. So it was just, the little team that could, like, that spirit won me over, especially against Texas with Dallas Mavericks. Ugh, and I'm glad Dirk got a ring though. Dirk is awesome.
He deserves it.
Yeah, so with Dirk winning, that's how I feel as an Eagles fan about Tony Romo, where it's like, fuck the Cowboys. It's like, I love Tony Romo. I love Tony Romo more than Cowboys fans because he had a lot of epic fails with really good teams, but it's a lot of scenario based where it's like you're playing a neck and neck game and then, oh shit, we got one last chance to go down the field. And so you got him like in a pressure situation, and you got a coach who his claim to fame as a player was as a backup to a Hall of Fame quarterback. So he never really got his spot in the shine in the spotlight. Is that the phrase? I don't want to fuck up like Eric and just, hey, look at that like a grain of salt.
Time in the spotlight.
Time is okay. I was rhyming. Fuck. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, shine, lights shine. It's not the craziest fuck up there, but I knew it was wrong. Right. So you can't
I know what you're
get
saying,
me.
like the spot in the spotlight. It's like, well, that is like physically correct, but that's not the same. So.
Yeah, that's why I'm like tripping. I'm like, oh, I know that's not right, and I can't, fall into that fuck up of a phrasing.
Actually, the Roman Egyptians actually coined the phrase the way I said it. So you guys actually fucked it up first.
It's funny you say it because actually that could be a legitimate setup of Roman Egyptians because Rome annexed Egypt with Caesar. So
yeah,
that was the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty. So kind of fucked yourself on that setup there, bud. That
well,
could actually be legitimate.
But I was trying to be Eric July, so it's in character. It's entirely in character.
Catch up with Keely. I love that you're inspiring just this organic, genuine. And this is what is missing. Not to say that the FNT is just always fake and never entertain. I get the appeal, especially if you've grown up with them over these years, but they're obviously compromised faggots that say whatever gets them super chats for the base they've created. They're pandering That's the chagrin I have. It's not that every fucking breath they say is fake, but they're posers, they're mean girls, they're playing gay politics. They have an apparent standard about wokeness and shit entertainment.
Going on a tangent that isn't related to the woke thing they're talking about or something, then they'll always bring it right back to it at some point. That's like they got to.
Shout out to Snorta Poopus, Cuber, the polar bear of Pinellas County, Florida. I'll root for the Giants when they're playing the Patriots. Dude, oh my God. We're talking about some iconic Super Bowls. Fuck. Those are, again, with my objective football fan, like, dude, Giants, Patriots, both of them. Obviously, the first one is magic because they beat the undefeated Patriots in the Super Bowl. What an icon. But the second one is actually arguably a better Super Bowl performance-wise because you're talking about a sequel. And so we already know that Tom Brady isn't invincible now, but also Eli has established himself not just baby Manning. He beat his brother to get a ring. No, I got that wrong. Sorry. His brother had a bad history. Peyton had a bad history in the playoffs. Happened to get the Super Bowl the year before Eli got it that year, but he kind of one-upped his brother because it took so long for Peyton to get playoff wins properly to go to the Super Bowl. And then Eli just walks in, wild card underdog on the road the whole time and beats the best team in the league. So, Eli's kind of always won up Peyton. And he never lost Super Bowl versus Peyton lost 2. And one of them was epically a loss to the Seahawks. So, Bulls. Okay. It's unfortunate about Kobe. Not that I'm like I grew out of watching basketball, but I remember those fun times and Yeah, I watched like The Last Dance, so I do just appreciate the sport, even though it's not nowhere near as like investable as football for all the intricacies. But there's just like a
It's much like Steve Irwin. You think he'd go out by the alligators, you think he'd go out by the basketball, but he got out by the plane. See, got out by the chopper.
honestly, how the fuck do you die playing basketball unless your just heart explodes because you had like too much
I
stimulant?
was making a horrible analogy.
Well, it's like football. Like
somebody
literally a couple years
Yeah,
ago, a
bro.
guy died on the field for a second, and then they revived him. And they had to cancel the game. So someone has died technically playing the NFL on the field, not just like practice or something, heat stroke. But basketball, yeah, unless you just gas yourself to death, I guess, dehydrate. There's no shouldn't be dying
You
playing
pick a fight
basketball.
with the wrong guy, and you're the wrong size.
Right, but that's a
comparatively, then
fight. That's
maybe.
not a basketball activity. Now you're talking about an extracurricular activity to the sport. You're talking
Yeah,
about
but you can f your body up though playing basketball. Have you seen those clips of like guys dunking or jumping and then their knees fold backward? Like, no, thank you, no thanks.
No, I totally disagree. So the Cowboys are this weird team that is a late addition to the league, 1960. As far as
Dallas
like
Cowboys for basketball.
no. Well, he's comparing the Bulls to the Cowboys. I would say the Cowboys are the Lakers. Because it's like this is a fan base largely
Oh, he's
built.
talking about football.
Yeah, I would say the Cowboys maintain their fandom because they're one of these legacy teams that's got 5 Super Bowls out of 8 attempts. So they're one of these like legendary at the time until the Steelers overpassed them, and then later the Patriots. No team has surpassed 5 Super Bowls. You got like 3 or 4 teams that have 5 rings collectively. And the Cowboys are one of them. I think the first one to set the stage with that. And the Lakers got like 25 appearances, like 17 championships, 18 championships over their course of time. I might be off a few numbers, but a legendary recurring theme of Lakers in the championship. And so you get these big dry spells of like no playoffs, but when you shit on the Lakers, you're like, oh, look at all of our rings. That is the tone of a Cowboys fan, generally speaking. When you can shit on them, they're like, 5 rings. It's like, what does it have to do with today and this team? That's where it gets annoying. Because like as an Eagles fan, I never argue about, hey, the game today, oh, we beat you in 2004 really bad. It sucked, right? Remember that? So and yeah, so I would say Lakers, Cowboys, Yankees. Those are kind of like your bullshit teams that might succeed, but they really build a fandom off of their legacy of winning. And when you can shit on them, they'll subvert and be like, rings, championships. And it's like, can you just stay on target for 5 seconds, bro? Like, can you just accept you suck today and I can shit on you today? Yeah, Romo was awesome. And dude, he's like the most fun commentator because he is like a kid. He's excited. He's like, oh man, yeah, okay, see this lineup? Yeah, this scenario, 2nd and 10. You're not doing good with running back, man. I'd be calling this play. I'd put this guy this way, cut him under, boom. And then it fucking happens literally while he's like calling it. And he's like, I said it, you gotta do that, And it's like, because he knows it. He knows the scenario. He knows what it's like to be a quarterback. And like, fuck, okay, I see that guy. We gotta change the play. Hey, breaker. Like so yeah, Romo is, man. If you hate Romo as a commentator, like just don't watch TV, man. You hate life. Braves. I'm not. If baseball is just non-existent to me, it's just fuck the Yankees. That's my baseball fandom. If I have to root for someone, I guess Phillies. Oakland A's, maybe. Reds. I like the Red Sox, even though I kind of hate Boston as like a people. But there's a spirit to Boston, especially when they beat the Yankees, the ALCS, and won the championship. There's a spirit of like the '04 Red Sox. It's just grit, you know. So that I don't know. That's interesting, man. It's interesting. Baseball is a really foreign sport to me. I get the concepts, obviously, but the intricacies, how the scoring works exactly, loading bases and all that, errors, like I don't know. I don't know what a strike is, strike box, all that. Like I don't watch enough to know that shit, but playoff baseball it can be fun to watch. Yeah. I mean, obviously I'm an NFL Fox guy generally. Or Al Michaels and Chris Collinsworth. Great broadcasting duo. Yeah, Collinsworth's annoying and he glazes people, but I like his voice. He's got the experience as a player. He's a good compliment, I think, to Al Michaels. Obviously, we miss John Madden, but yeah, Al Michaels, Collinsworth, great duo. Even Mike Tirico, even though he's like kind of like a cornball, like a lame black guy, he's got some charm to him. So NFL in general has been pretty good about getting broadcasters. So yeah, fuck the Yankees. But yeah, no, it's fun. The stream kind of only got derailed by Dan in a good way. I should have plugged him while he was on, like his channel and his books. But go find it's at Godfo Universe on Twitter. That is Dan. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. He stands his ground on his like religion, and he backs it up with his arguments and his artistic takes. I told him, I was like, hey, me and Rookie are like on the pro rape side, so it'd be really interesting to like talk about that. Totally slipped the mind today. Oh man. Oh, he could have argued pro rape, Rookie. Fuck. Yeah, we'll have to get him next time. Yeah, pro rape. Well, thank you guys. I know Trashcast went on like right before me, so I was
gonna catch up on that.
I was up a creek. Up a creek on that one. I still am like an hour behind on the last stream, so a lot of Trashcast homework to do this weekend. Luckily, I'm off all 3 days. But
pop quiz on Friday.
Yeah, it's funny that we inadvertently. Yeah, because I'm listening, catching all these trash casts, so I'm like, I don't have anything to track necessarily. The golden shower is not interesting. It's just fun that he sucks and he's losing, not making millions like he thought. But
I think it's annoying how he says he's like a Power Ranger guy, but he's not able to like tell anything about his story, which you think he'd try to appeal to like the World War II aspect and Power Rangers, but he just kind of doesn't at all.
What's funny? It's funny. It's like you are like, oh man, I wish he'd like give some credibility to his Power Ranger fandom. Like, oh, how is it like Power Rangers, bro? Oh, explain that. And everyone else is like, Power Rangers are gay. What a dumbass comic idea.
I don't care. I feel like all of them are basing that off of literally Mighty Morphin, which is like one of the worst seasons of the whole show. So I don't care.
No, it's just like they have Power Ranger TMNT crossover comics, and they got a comic fandom legitimately.
They are easy to burn. I get it. They are like comic. They are commonly corny and goofy. So like that's fine. And like Rita Repulsa, Rangers, look at you. It's like it's bizarrely silly, so I get it. But
well, it's funny because TMNT Power Rangers like makes sense as like age based kind of, to pair them as like foes or team ups. But Turtles are kind of like a legitimate, even if they're like kiddie, they're a legitimate comic IP. Like it's grassroots indie. Black and white 80s comic that just took off because it had the spirit of Daredevil in the right way, and then it established itself and grew. Like they didn't distinguish. You only could identify the Turtles based on their weapons. They were all the same. Colorizing them, sort of they at some point got the idea to like distinguish the bandanas, the eye mask. And so they've grown, they've adapted, they became like, a cartoon hit, made movies. So they just had a nice quick rise to fame. They just have stayed legitimate, fun, ultimately kind of innocent IP.
I'd say that's a stronger base that hasn't had to change too much in terms of
Power Rangers
having, new
is
characters.
Power Rangers.
You need new characters every season because who knows how long that premise would last by itself.
Power Rangers is like after you're like 5 and you start getting like more mature cartoons or interests, it's like, oh yeah, that's like gay. It's fun when you're kids. So it's like weird that there is like an adult fan base probably from their childhood enjoying Power Rangers still and wanting new content, but it's like kind of weird. It's kind of like for me, Nintendo, where it's like, to me, it's kind of like a warning sign you're a pedophile. I feel like Nintendo as an adult.
I don't know. Again, I'll make videos, pointing out.
No, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's kind of a downer of like, no. I don't hear Rookie talking about Power Rangers and like, oh, pedophile. I'm being disingenuous a bit, on purpose.
No.
But I didn't realize I set that up where it's like I'm putting a connection to Nintendo pedophiles. And it's like,
yeah, you did the Snyder, no Asian hate, stop Asian hate. I have no association with them, and I don't want any hate toward Asians. It's like, oh, wait a second.
Like, oh shit. But no, like, yeah, you grew up with this, and so it's just always been like something you accept. The silliness.
It's not just that entirely, because like rewatching as an adult, like God, like I'm trying to watch the Mighty Morphin, and it is hard to watch the Mighty Morphin ones. So these are the ones. This is the one that everybody knows the most, and the Go Power Rangers. That's why everybody knows. But it's like it's one of the worst ones ever. Like it's the first, and it's the original, but it sucks. The only part that was good was when Tommy's introduced and he's the evil ranger. And it's like, wow, they're taking it seriously for a second. And then it's like really retarded. And they introduce like a hot Asian chick as like one of the villains. It's like, okay, Scorpina. All right. Nice. Okay. And then the rest is like, Bulk and Skull got pie in their face. It's like, oh, God. Yeah. Anyway. I was trying to drag us to the 4-hour mark.
See, I have no time goals. It's just we have long streams.
No, I wasn't, but since we didn't stop yet, I was like, oh, I don't have anything else to say. I'll just bitch about Power Rangers for a couple minutes.
Yeah, no, for me, it's just, I have no time goals or time hacks. Like, gotta cut off at this point. It's like, hey,
of course. It's literally like 1 hour or 5 or 6. Who cares?
Yeah, it's like Rogan usually has about 2.5, 3 hour streams because it just organically builds that way. And it, if there's time hacks, it's just because these are famous people that have other obligations, and so they gotta like cut it at some point. Not that this couldn't be a 6-hour stream. It's like I set this day for like 6 hours, and part of that's travel. So all right, I gotta go. Like, that's. Yeah, so it's like the only time is like a time hack for us is if it's like deadline, sleep, and gotta get in bed at this point to go to work, or if it's really it's work or sleep based, where it's like, all right, I'll give it this much. But no, I appreciate y'all. Hopefully you enjoy Trashcast. Hopefully you enjoy the replay if you come in. I definitely hope you made it to this point, because I think we just had a good flow this whole night. Especially, I didn't expect the tangents we had with the Shoe0nHead engagement, so that was fun. But yeah, thank you, Keely, for this like 30 minutes or hour of just riffing off of like your prompt, especially sports based, and it's fun to have when I'm like in football. It's fun to actually have that like window of time where it's like, oh yeah, I did love basketball for a hot minute and was in it. And what I remember more depth of basketball than Rookie. That's the only sport he likes. Like,
it's interesting. When I was into basketball, I wasn't in it in an in-depth way. I enjoyed watching it and I enjoyed playing it. It'd be like watch the game, play the game, and there wasn't there wasn't as much in-depthness to it at all. I really just didn't look too much into it. But if I were to suddenly be reinvigorated to go into it now, I'd probably go a little deeper, a little harder.
Yeah, it's funny because that's also the era of just sports up until I'd say maybe just off the cuff. I feel like around Trump getting in office, it feels like the fun of stats and sports changed. That's probably because of FanDuel and DraftKings, that kind of shit too.
Oh, yeah, possibly. Yeah.
Commodified that, but
For me, it was my location. In high school, it was basketball as a topic to talk about with a lot of
oh
people,
yeah, no, it's
even
definitely
strangers. But out of high school, there's nobody to really talk about it with anyway. So I'd have less interest to like fully know about it. It's like, I don't know that many people that'll know.
yeah. Well, it's funny because like I'll have all this enjoyment, like, oh, that guy that year he was the guy, man, that season, and then like, oh yeah, it's college. I'm like, yeah, I don't college. That what is that?
Yeah,
Like,
crickets for me. Yeah,
yeah, and I'm in Ohio with fucking faggot Ohio State, and I'm like, I hope they lose. That's like the Yankees.
What's actually more entertaining is watching like a women's team and having one good player on the team just like dunk on the other team, and not watching them all poorly like shoot the ball, and it looks so pathetic as they all try to get the ball in the hoop and they suck at dribbling, and oh boy.
It's really weird. It's really weird, especially WNBA is going to be mostly black people, black women, black persons, I guess, because it might be non-penis. There might be penis having women. I'm not really
Well, then
sure.
I think they'd be more entertaining if they did.
Oh, dude, I have been a
Maybe better.
huge trans athlete advocate for the WNBA.
Dude,
I am-
again, have Shaq and all the retired old people join the women's
is Bill
team.
Russell still alive?
If
I would
he
love to
is,
see.
put him
I
on
would
the
see.
court.
I would love to see Wilma Russell in the WNBA. This like
They-
89-year-old Hall of Famer dunking on fucking like 20-year-old chicks.
Whoever the like pro top WNBA chicks are instantly like it's shoved into a middle class because the retired old fat players are better.
Yeah.
That would be funny.
Yeah, no, so I hate Ohio State because whatever the history, like Jim Tressel and stuff, like that's a cool championship that he got. But whatever like the history before me, before my age, before Tressel, whatever that tone was. And I'm not saying before Tressel, like he's the mark of Ohio State's gay. Tressel's cool too. There is a tone in modernity coming to Ohio State in this country, in this area of America. I'm from Oklahoma. We have the Sooners, and that's it. And then, eventually, because of Katrina giving us the test with the Hornets, we got the Sonics because of the owners from Oklahoma. And that becomes the Thunder, and we have like a brief stint of like Durant, Westbrook, awesome. That's it. You got OU, and then Thunder if you like basketball, but like we're OU. That's it. That's the state. That's our team. Yeah, Cowboys. Fuck Oklahoma State Cowboys. You're kind of like, you got the Jets and the Giants, and you're like, I'm going to be a Bills fan. It's like, really? Like, that's what being an Oklahoma State Cowboy fan is, But yeah, you come here to Ohio, and they got Cleveland Browns, they got Cincinnati Bengals, they got Cincinnati Reds, Cleveland not Indians, whatever the fuck they changed the name to. You got the Columbus Crew soccer. You got Columbus Hornets, Columbus Blue Jackets, I think, for hockey. So you have an NHL team in this state. Got all this plethora of leagues, major leagues here. And the only thing you fucking know when you come here is Ohio State. And it's so incessant. And it's like, I'm from Oklahoma. We got a team with 7 championships. Your team just recently got 8 or maybe 9 now because of Notre Dame game. But like the tone here is like, that's the only team that's ever existed. And yet, with all this legacy, all of the street cred, they lose a playoff game. everyone's a fucking pussy. No one's repping the colors when they lose because they're bitches. I'm an Eagles fan, and that represents my personhood in the sense of I have integrity. I am devoted. I am loyal. To be a fan of Philly, to be a fan of Cleveland, to be a fan of Oakland or Buffalo, you have to be dedicated. You have to be a loyal person. And when you're a Cowboys fan, when you're a Lakers fan, when you're an Ohio State fan, it's like, yeah, I like them when they win. That's what this fandom is. And so I legitimately, not just like a sports fandom, like I legitimately hate this shit because it's like Rippaverse or something. It has that kind of fake faggot tone to it of fair weather. That really speaks to me. It's like, it's on line with like being a cuck. That is disdain to the highest degree. So yeah, fuck Ohio State. I don't even watch college. I'm just aware because I live in it, but fuck that team. That is like the Yankees to me. It's like the only thing that's worse is like, oh, the championship is between the evil Ohio State and the evil Notre Dame or Texas Christian or Brigham Young. Like church schools, Baylor, I want them all to lose every time. But then I get these matches where it's like, hey, Baylor versus USC. And it's like, oh, God, California or like fake Christian school. Oh, God. Why did you bring this before me? Like, that's like the lament I have of like, well, one is going to win. There's no tying. So who would you pick? Like, oh, God, Ohio State. That's my life. You know, yeah. I'll say that about Bama. I mean, because of Saban, they've had like, you know, good run of luck of winning and stuff. It's skewed the national fan base, but yeah, Bama is like a historically loyal, crazy fan base. So don't root for them, but I respect it. You know, it's way different than not Oklahoma, but Ohio State. But yeah, thank you, Keely, keeping us going past the 4-hour mark as Rookie was stalling supposedly. Appreciate it. I'll see you next week because I don't work night shift still. So yeah, barring Rookie working, retard. Oh no, your mic is whatever. Again, I barely heard any. I heard like you trying to talk. I don't know what it was, but thank you. If you want to talk, Ricky, you can call me. But yeah, see ya. Share out the stream. Enjoy the replay if you came this far. Sub to Dan and the Rookie. Fuck. I meant to tell you to stream this on your channel, Ricky. Because I know you wanted to stream like Andor talk last week, but yeah. See you next week.